Hello, hello. Guess I'll play a ladder game. I'm not sure if I'll be able to finish the ladder game actually, now that I think about it. No, Ragnar now. Nice. Oh, the high graphics. I never play with high graphics. It looks so white. Like the foggy or something. Time to do some one base pressure attack. I guess that's 2 base, but like 1.5 base, I guess. We have the team draft starting in like 4 minutes, so I'm gonna try to end the game in 4 minutes.
Command center upgrade complete.
He's not scouting me at all. Maybe he's playing Sentry.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Your forces are under attack.
Aish. I go.
Command center upgrade complete.
This game is not over, unfortunately. Even though I did a lot of damage. I don't have much time left. I gotta cover the team selection now. It's not that important, but I don't even know how I'm gonna cover the team selection, to be honest.
Your forces are under attack.
This game is pretty over, but I'm trying to end it as quick as possible, pretty much. This game is over, but I have to go. Okay, we're in the game now.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Oh my.
Your forces are under attack.
I'm just gonna leave, I guess. It's completely one for me, but it's fine. We got more important stuff to do. Alright, let's take a look at the team selection. So usually I think ByuN stream is where the action is happening. But I'll try to see what's up.
명만 있었어도 좀 받쳐주면서 서로 이끌어주면서
그쵸.
밀어주고 끌어주고 하면 되는데 3명은 조금 그지.
그쵸. 이게 잘하는 사람들 거 보면서 이제 좀 나도
Okay,
보면서
they haven't
배워야
selected
되는데
anyone
하는
yet.
거 너무 없다 보니까
요즘 이제 세랄도 좀 주춤하걸랑요.
그렇죠.
They're just yapping.
판단하기가 좀 어렵네요.
They haven't really begun the process yet. I think it's because I was playing Shin, who's the team captain. So I was holding up the, or I guess Shin was holding himself up in that game.
희범이 선수 이제 팀 선정을 한번 해볼 건데 사다리를 하면 너무 허무해서 입으로 하는 가위가위보 해가지고 이기는 사람이 A를 고르든지 B를 고르든지 요렇게 한번 하는 걸로.
그게 무슨 말인가요?
하나 둘 셋 하면 입으로 소리를 내면 돼요.
입으로
묵지마.
하라고요?
네. 왜냐면 사다리로 하면 너무 빨리 끝나. 0.5초 만에 끝나기 때문에 요거
알겠습니다.
네, 짜치더라도 조금 양해 좀 부탁드릴게요. 요게 네, 요게
짜치긴 하네요.
네, 그래도
네.
요게 조금 나은 것 같아서.
좋습니다.
자, 알겠습니다. 그럼 팀 선정을 이제 해보도록 하겠고 지금 보시면은 A를 고르게 되면 1, B를 고르게 이게 스네이크
네.
방식으로 돌아가는 거
This
아시죠?
seems like a very complicated
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9
team selection process. I don't understand it fully.
네, 12명입니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 그러면은 자 하나 둘 셋 하면은 입으로 소리 내시면 됩니다.
So I think they're trying to find out who's A or B.
하나 둘 셋.
바위.
이병렬이
제가
이겼습니다.
고르는 건가요?
So
네,
Rogue
이병렬이 이겼기 때문에
gets to pick A or B, I
아니면
think.
B를 고르시면 될 것 같습니다.
자 A 하겠습니다.
And Rogue picks A.
A 하시겠습니까?
아 근데 제가 지금 좀
So A gets to
어려운
pick
게
네.
또
the
선택이
first
자꾸
player,
또
the fourth player, the fifth player, the eighth player, and the ninth player.
아 이게
그러면은
It's,
네.
it's pretty complicated, but
but
but basically Rogue gets to
생각하는
pick his
그러면 좋으니까
second player on his team first.
네,
B.
시범이 감-
So he could pick up Hero or Maru right
알겠습니다.
away if he
그러면
wants.
신이범 선수가 A가 되면서 1한
네,
명을 참
네,
골라주면 되겠습니다.
근데
네.
제가 먼저 고른다고 제가 감이 있는 건가요?
아니,
이게 뭐
제가 생각할 때는 책임 전가 같아요.
그러니까
She's asking a question.
성주를 안 뽑으면 또 성주가 삐질 수 있으니까 그거를 저한테 해가지고
그런 거라든지 아니면 너 이제
I don't know what he's
신인수가
asking. It's
김준호를
too
뽑게
complicated.
되면, 그럼 성주 뽑을 수밖에 없지. 이 그림을 이병렬 선수가 그리고 있는 게 아닌가. 네, 그런 생각이 좀 드네요. 네.
그러면은 뭐 제가 성주를 뽑든 준호 형을 뽑든 노잼인 건 확실하네요.
근데 이제 그거를 책임을 신이범 선수에게 주는 거죠. 그리고 이병렬은 지금 속마음으로 조승주 뽑으면 안 되는데 지금 이러고 있는 거죠.
근데 제가
아닐까.
어제 형한테 말했잖아요.
네.
어제 방송 보신 분들은 알 수도 있지만 형한테 말하기를 김준호와 저는 세트다.
네,
그러니까
그렇죠.
세트라기보다
Fat?
따면은 둘 다 따야 되고
네.
못 따면 둘 다 못 따야 된다.
네. 그렇죠.
그래서 준호 형의 말을 한번 들어보고 싶은데요.
김준호의 말을 한번 들어볼까요?
He wants to hear the advice of Kim Juno.
선수 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
Is that? Wait, who is that even?
방송을 보고 있을 거기 때문에
네.
자, 갔다 올게요. 김준호 선수.
So I think
네.
네,
Shin is
신이범
seeking
선수가
advice.
본인이 벌어도 김준호랑 같이 벌어야 되고 본인이 못 벌어도 김준호랑 같이 못 벌어야 된다. 이런 생각을 가지고 있어서 지금 1픽 선택권을 본인이 가지고 있지만 김준호 의견 한번 들어보고 싶다고 하거든요.
지금 저는 일단
네.
저번에 영혼을 벌었기 때문에 굉장히 표독해진 상태거든요.
네.
그래서 저는 무조건 벌 거고
네.
희범이가 어제 방송에서 얘기하는 걸 들었어요.
네.
준호 못 벌게 할 거다.
네. 못 벌어 같이 못 벌게 하니까.
그러니까
네.
근데
네.
좀 희범이가 으쌰으쌰하는 마인드면 저 뽑아도 상관없을 것 같습니다.
같이
저는
이번에 한번 제대로 해보자 이 마인드 뽑고
제대로 해보자.
아니면 그게 아니면 조금 고민을 좀 해봐라.
네,
아이,
저는
네.
이번엔 좀 벌어갈 생각입니다.
오, 알겠습니다.
I think they're talking about they want to make money together.
오,
But
보러 간대요.
I'm gonna be honest, my Korean is not good enough to translate this perfectly.
희범이 선수 표독해졌기 때문에 이번에
Well, I can
무조건
turn on the
버는 거라고
subtitle.
합니다.
아 이게
English
제대로 못
subtitle.
들었어요. 혹시
아,
요약을 해줄 수 있나요?
네, 제가 해주자면은 자기는 저번에 영원을 벌었기 때문에 표독해졌다. 나 이번에 무조건 보러 갈 거다. 근데 신이범이 어제 방송에서 하는 얘기 들었다. 못
They're
벌어도
taking a
같이
long
못
time to
벌겠다는
even pick the
얘기를
first
들었다.
player here.
오늘 근데 같이 자기 마음에 하면서 같이 으쌰으쌰 할 거면 오늘 나를 뽑아라 이렇게 얘기를 하더라고요.
으쌰으쌰 할 거면.
근데 같이 못 볼 생각이면 뽑지 마라 이런 얘기 같아요. 네.
근데 누가 못 볼 생각을 누가 해요?
근데 이제 조금이라도 저도 같이 지자 이 마인드면 아니고 으쌰으쌰 한번 해보자 이러면 뽑으라고 하는 것 같습니다.
으쌰으쌰.
네.
알겠습니다. 김준호 뽑겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 김준호를 1픽으로 하면서 그럼
네.
이병렬의 생각대로 지금 흘러가고 있어요. 이병렬. 자,
Alright, so Shin gets to pick the
올라가고
first player.
네,
성적
조성주.
뽑고,
And he picked Kim Junho.
와, 진짜 센데? 네, 와, 조성주, 김도 선택했습니다. 사실 이 두 명의 에이스 최종 에이스에서 붙어가지고 조성주가 또 이기는 그림이 있었기 때문에 같이 한 팀이 되면 진짜 세질 거긴 한데 여기서 이제 신이범 지금 10의 남자들은 다 3명이 갔어요.
Then Maru?
S급 남자들은 다 갔습니다. 여기서 오늘의 포텐
No.
누가 좀 터질 수 있겠느냐 이걸 좀 고민하면서 으쌰으쌰 해볼 멤버 한번
So
뽑아보도록
Rogue picked
하겠습니다.
Cho Song-ju.
으쌰으쌰 뽑.
I think that's Maru.
네.
저는 이제.
So Rogue picked Maru and
사랑하는
Classic.
사람이 필요하다 생각합니다.
오,
And I guess Kim Junho must be hero.
그 무슨 의미예요?
I
이거
can check.
한번 들어보고 할게요. 방금 한 거 무슨 의미예요?
재선이가 포텐이 있어요.
예, 그래서
Yeah.
그러면 가져가시면 되잖아요.
뽑지
제가
말라는 거예요. 자기
안 뽑을게요.
Okay, enough Korean yapping. So basically, Team Shin gets to select first, and they picked Hero. So it's Shin and Hero versus Rogue, Maru, and Classic so far. And now it's back to Shin's pick. So Shin can pick the player now. Cure or Byon or Solar. So Shin picked Kim Do-uk. I think that's Cure. Am I mistaken? No, that's Cure. So Shin picked Cure and Byon. And then now it's Rogue's pick, who picked Kam Minsu, which is Solar, and Pak Han-sol, which is Zoun. So the only remaining players now is SOS, Nightmare, and GSL Bunny, I guess. I feel like Bunny would be the strongest selection here, probably. But yeah, it's not easy to say. Okay, so Shin picks SOS and wait, who's Lee Byung-ryo? Lee Jae-sun? Lee Jae-sun must be Bunny. But who is Lee Byung-ryo? Let's find out. Byung-ryo. Oh, that's Rogue. Oh, why did he? No. I think Rogue. Ryung just typed in the wrong name there. Chang Hyun-woo, which is I'm pretty sure that's Nightmare. So we have Shin, Maru. No. We have Shin, Hero, Cure, Byon, SOS, Nightmare on Team Shin. And on Team Rogue we have Cho Song-ju is Maru. Wait, is it? Oh my gosh. I think it's Maru, Classic, Solar, Zoun, Bunny. I have to say, I think Rogue's team is a bit stronger, in my opinion. They do have Hero though, the other team, and Hero has been very powerful lately, so maybe he can clutch up.
네, 팀은 이렇게 선정이 됐고요. 그리고 승부 예측을 하실 수 있기 때문에 자 여기 보여드릴게요. 네.
And I'm gonna turn off my
승부 예측.
camera when I'm casting the game, because that's the feedback that I received, and yeah, I hope that that's preferred. They still have to pick who's playing first, I think. Is using full names normal in Korea? Yeah. So they always use the full name when referring to players. They don't even, sometimes Korean fans won't even know like what their in-game name is. I see like on Rearing stream I can see like the betting, this like who is favored, and it seems like people think that Rogue's team is like 66% favored in this match. I don't necessarily disagree, but I do think Hero could just carry the whole thing by himself because he's so powerful these days. Like he has the potential to just beat Maru in Classic. I mean, he's very likely to beat Classic, I feel like, because he's had a very good record against Classic recently. And Maru is good, but see, it feels like Hero usually wins these days, so I kind of understand why Rogue's team is favored. I would agree with that, but I do think that Hero is going to be a big problem for them. Like maybe Hero just won't lose to anyone, which matters a lot for the second set. I think the second set is all kill format, or am I mistaken? So if it's an all kill format, then that's where you could really see Hero pop off on the second set. I would predict the first set goes to Team Classic though. I would expect so. Or not Team Classic, Team Rogue. And okay, we have the lobby up for the first match already. That's nice. Last time it took like so long to figure out who's playing and stuff, but it looks like we're already gonna jump right into game 1. Hi. I don't even know if that's a proper, what would you say, modern way to say hello in Korean. Hi-ing. But I feel like it's a doable slang. Okay. Wait, why is Creator in a custom? Is Creator playing in this one actually? I'm not 100% sure. He is, right? Yeah, he is. I do feel like there could be some other players that could play in this event. Like maybe Percival. It'd be kind of cool to have. But for this time we have Only 3 Zergs, 4 Terrans, and 5 Protosses. All Korean players, of course. Would be interesting to get foreign players at some point, but it's not easy, considering the format of the event and the team communications required. There should be qualifiers. I think the issue is like the team communication. It would be difficult for a foreigner to play and communicate with the team properly, but I do think it would be exciting. So maybe in the future we'll see if we can get some of the players to some of the foreign players. But for now, we have pretty much the top Korean players, all the top Korean players. So it's a very good lineup, very strong lineup. It's very cool that we get to see Maru play more. I feel like we don't get to see Maru play that often, so this is always a treat to see what he's come up with. I know a lot of Terran players are really frustrated right now with the meta. They don't know what to do, and they always look to Maru to see how they can play. So it'll be interesting to see if Maru has come up with anything. And yeah, right now we're just waiting for the teams to select who they're going to send out, I think. Or maybe it's done randomly, I'm not entirely sure. But either way, we're waiting for the selection of who's going to be sent out. Not too sure what the selection was taking the time for the selection process. I mean, maybe I can check your Young stream. Let's see what he's saying. Ryung is watching Rogue.
엔트리가 나왔습니다.
Trigger now. Wait,
보도록
me what?
할게요.
Why is he talking about me? So Ryung is watching Rogue.
신이범 팀은 지금 엔트리가
Who is watching
제출됐고요.
Ryung?
그다음 이제
Who
이병렬.
is watching Rogue? So it's like an infinite.
TVY 방 제동. 멘틀 짜고 있나요?
아니야 무슨 소리야. 아니 성주랑 만나면 우리가 이득이지.
그치.
지면
누가 이기면 되지.
지면 지는 거지. 나머지 다 이기면 되지.
이면 지는 거지. 보이스를 들으면은 선수들 엔트리 조금 자 엔트리.
Okay, so they've selected the players,
작성해서 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
and Ryung is gonna show it on his stream. I can just relay what Ryung is saying to their stream here.
자 엔트리 보여드릴게요.
Entry 보여줄게요.
나왔어. 요렇게 엔트리
So
나왔습니다.
it's Nightmare versus
첫 번째
Cho
경기는
Sung-ju.
윈터 자기
Oh fuck, I shouldn't swear.
두 번째 셀레 김유진 경기가
Okay, so the first match is gonna be Nightmare versus Cho Sung-ju. That's Cho Sung-ju. That's Maru. So it's gonna be Nightmare Maru first match. It's gonna be SOS versus Bunny? He just on his Bunny, right? So it's SOS versus Bunny second match. And Ryung is not showing the rest of the entries, so we'll find out later. But it might be on Wikipedia already. But yeah, first match I believe is it's Crater versus Maru, not Nightmare versus. Wait, is Nightmare even in this competition? No, there's not even Nightmare here, so I don't know why. I think I just mixed up Crater's and Nightmare's name. So it's actually Crater versus Maru. My bad, guys. I don't know all the Korean players' names, to be honest. But yeah, it's gonna be Crater versus Maru. pretty exciting. I think Creator has played pretty well lately. He has gotten some wins. If you look at his illegal act, actually, I remember him getting some nice wins over Percival in the Water Team League. So I don't think this is like super easy for Maru, or anything like that. But yeah, Creator 2-0'd Percival. He also 2-0'd Classic. I guess it's a different matchup, but he did 2-0 Classic recently, just 2 weeks ago. So it's fair to say that Creator is playing pretty well. And Maru is Maru, so it's always going to be hard for Creator to win this. But I'm excited to see if Creator can pull it off. Yeah, I'm going to turn off my camera for this match, I think. I think that's what people prefer, but let me know in the comments or in the chats what you guys think later. So we're loading up on Winter Madness here. This is generally considered a decent map for Protoss, but maybe it won't matter because we have perhaps the greatest Terran player of all time. In the top left, representing Onside Gaming, it is Maru. And in the bottom right, I believe right now he's teamless actually, so I hope he finds a team soon. It is Creator. And Creator used to be like the best player in the world, like many years ago, so it's quite a history both of these players have. Now right off the bat, it's going to be a pretty interesting choice from Creator here. He's going to go for a low ground wall. And this is a bit risky against Maru especially, because Maru likes to proxy. And against proxies, this wall can be very dangerous and vulnerable because you can get like a bunker here and just annihilate the entire wall if the bunker gets down. So this is a bit of a risky move from Creator, but it looks like Maru is not going to proxy, so it's gonna be fine, at least for that. But yeah, this wall is generally not played by pros these days. I would say it's pretty rare, but it is nice. Like, for example, if Maru went eBay block, then you would see the SCV come into eBay block, and sorry, I changed my cursor, yeah, you just know ahead of time that your opponent's going for an eBay block, so it'd be very easy to deal with. But Maru, he's gonna play a 2-gas opening, so this is a pretty standard opening for Terran these days, is to delay your second base and go for a quicker factory instead, just to get some tech up quicker than usual, at the cost of economy. And we see Creator here is actually going to play a Zealot opening, so this is pretty interesting. I feel like this is usually good against a quick expand, but in this case, because Maru does not have a base on the way yet, this Zealot might be not too useful. We'll have to see. It can still be useful if Maru takes a low ground expansion, which he likes to do sometimes, so that might be Creator's plan. But most Terran players would follow this up with a high ground CC just to be safe. We'll see if Maru takes that risk or not, and this Zealot could pay off. Yeah, it looks like he's going to take a high ground CC, so this Zealot shouldn't achieve anything. So we have the Zealot running across here, and yeah, it's not going to do anything, but it's not the biggest investment either. And the Reaper is just going to go for the main. This is another problem with this low ground wall, that you're kind of vulnerable up here because your units are just not going to spawn here. That's why Creator has a battery here already. He needs to build the battery just to keep himself safe. So that's already a bit of an investment from Creator based on the wall. And we're going to have an Adept and a Zealot to start attacking here. This is not going to get much done, but it does put a little bit of annoyance on Maru. He might have to pull workers to repair, potentially. And Maru's actually playing the build that I was playing just a minute ago, I think. So I think he's playing the build where you go for a tank push very quickly. And Maru's actually playing this very dangerously, I feel like. There's a very close call on his depot, but actually he gets the Adept in the end. But yeah, I think Maru's plan here is to get a tank next. And he's actually going double Cyclone. That's interesting. So this is very similar to Clem's build, where he goes for a tank and a medevac, but Maru's actually going for a second Cyclone, which I haven't seen before. So this is an interesting way to play this build. Creator is going to go for Phoenixes, which is also a bit unusual these days, I would say. Phoenixes are considered to be pretty weak. And I feel like Maru is going for the right build here against the Phoenixes. Perhaps he scouted the Stargate earlier, I don't know. Let's actually look at Maru's vision. So he did scout the Stargate, and that's why he's going for 2 Cyclones instead of a tank. So that makes perfect sense for Maru. And we're going to see Maru have a little push here with 2 Cyclones and a handful of Marines. At the front, Crater does have a battery ready, but he doesn't have that many units yet. If you look at his units, he only has 2 Adepts, a Stalker, and 2 Phoenix, versus 2 Cyclones, a Viking, and a Medevac, and 8 Marines. So I would say Maru does have a potential push here that could do some damage if Crater isn't careful. He's actually going to lose a Stalker for free. I don't know why that Stalker is on the map against Cyclones. That seems risky. And does Crater actually have enough to defend it? I would love to see a second battery, to be honest. Like, I really think you need to respect this push. He's going to go right for the battery. That's an interesting choice. You kind of need to protect his battery, Crater. He's going to give it up. I don't like that. Oh, this is so late from Crater. He should have went in before the battery's dead, I feel like. Now, what can Crater actually do here? He needs to keep this pylon alive if he wants an immortal out. That is going to depower everything. This is already a complete disaster for Crater. I think this game is just over already. Maru with a devastating timing. Nice adjustment from Maru, adding a second Cyclone instead of a tank here against these Phoenixes is just working really well for Maru. Even repairing the Medevac is really well done. And yeah, this is just game over. Crater not respecting this push at all. And yeah, his Phoenixes are still alive, but yeah, he's gonna have to type out GG. Feels like Maru just kind of did a basic push there, reacted nicely to the Stargate, and Crater didn't react accordingly. So first map goes to, I believe Maru is on Team Rogue. So Team Rogue is going to be up 1-0 here. I feel like that's just one of those classic Maru games where he just wins the game with the first push. And we see this all the time with Maru builds. He likes to commit very hard to his pushes. He doesn't like the in-between kind of pushes where you're macroing behind your push. I would say that's more like Clem style, or even like Bunny style, or even like Cure style sometimes at times. But Maru has his very own style where he either just commits super hard to the push, or he just camps and macros up. So I think that's the difference between Maru and a lot of Terran players these days. You also saw with that push that Maru went and pulled 4 workers with his push. When Clem does that same build, he usually doesn't pull any workers with it. So I think that's just like an obvious way to describe the differences between Maru and some of the European Terrans. But yeah, those SPVs did a lot of work repairing the key units there for Maru, so nice there. And we're gonna have Bunny versus Barcode. Now, who is this Barcode actually? Phoenix equals lose. Honestly, I don't disagree with that. Okay, who? Why is he playing on the Barcode? I don't even know who this is, man. But in the bottom left, wait, I should probably figure out which team he's playing on, but I don't know yet. But in the bottom left, it's the Barcode Protoss that I'm gonna find out shortly who it is. And in the top right, I think he was on Team Falcons, but did Team Falcons stop with StarCraft 2 recently? I'm not entirely sure, but I think he's teamless right now. It is Bunny. So, okay, let me first figure out who this Protoss player is. I hope it's on Wikipedia, because I have no idea. It is not on Wikipedia. But I believe Bunny, I want to say Bunny was on Team Rogue, right? So is this the correct score? I do not know 100% if this is the correct score, but I think it is. And I would guess this Protoss player is like SOS, maybe. So let's just assume that it's Bunny versus SOS. Maybe we can play a bit of a guessing game. We can try to figure out who this Protoss is based on his playstyle. Honestly, that would be kind of entertaining. I'll try my best to figure that out. I feel like if it's SOS, it would be so obvious. And we're also playing on Celestial Enclave. And this map is considered to be super Protoss favored. So this is going to be tough for Bunny to win. We're actually going to see no scout from our Protoss player here. He's only going to scout for proxies. He's not going to scout the opponent's base. So right now, he has no idea what Bunny's doing. So it's a bit of a gamble. That already makes me think it could be like SOS or something, but who knows. And we're actually going to see a probe move out here. I think this is just scouting for proxies, or is he going to actually proxy himself? It's hard to know yet. Very curious what this probe is up to. Maybe he's going to go in for a late scout. So this map has a mineral walk here where you can potentially go through, but Bunny actually blocks it. So I think the Protoss player here wants to scout, but Bunny has a nice depot here already. So, but this depot actually gives info. So I'm assuming this is SOS. SOS should already know this, that this is 2 gas, because the third depot is way too early, right? So if SOS is very keen on his reading skills, he should know that this is 2 gas. And we do see a battery here, so it does feel like, to me, the SOS is pretty ready for it. And we have a sentry hallucinating a Phoenix for scouting. So this is going to be full info for SOS, who then scouts the 2 gas opening from Bunny here. He's going to see that this is no starport here yet. And yeah, that's some very good information. Bunny here, he's going to try to get some probe pressure, or get some probe kills at the start of the game with this group of units. He's going to wait for 2 more Reapers and the Hellion to join up. But once he has all these units joined up, he's going to just YOLO in and try to kill some workers, I think. We're going to have to see if SOS's defense is tight here. I hope this is SOS, by the way. I keep calling him SOS. He's going to go right in for the mineral line. He's going to send a grenade. Nice force field. That force field is actually really nice. But 2 Reapers do kind of get through. He's going for the sentry. That's a very odd decision, I feel like. And there's already a battery waiting here as well. This is a complete disaster for Bunny. He's getting... Okay, he managed to get 1 probe kill with a really nice grenade, but I think in the end, this has been a very good trade for the Protoss player here. And these Reapers are not going to get out either. He's trying to be annoying with the Reaper Hellion still, but it's going to be very hard to get any more value out of these units. And yeah, this is a very strong start for the Protoss player, but he is opening Phoenixes, and as our chatter pointed out, Phoenixes equal lose. So, I mean, definitely the Protoss player is very far ahead here, but I feel like Bunny, he's already responding pretty well to this. Like, he hasn't gone for a mine drop. As the Phoenix player, you're really hoping for a mine drop or Raven or Banshees, but in this case, Bunny has not committed to any of those things, and he's going right for a third base into Cyclone Viking, which is exactly what you want to do against Phoenix. So Bunny is responding really well here to these Phoenixes. We do see the worker count very much favoring our Protoss player here. We're actually going to see the Zealot Warpin, so obviously it seems like he wants to follow this up with Charge, but there's no Twilight Council yet, which really confuses me. I feel like this is just some mis-macro, perhaps. Like, he has a lot of money and gas for tech, but he's not actually building any tech structures. So now we see a Twilight Forge, but I'm kind of wondering, like, could he have just gotten those buildings much earlier, and it would have been the same? Because it just seemed like he was floating some money there. So maybe a slight macro mistake from our Protoss. Now I'm starting to think it is SOS. No offense, but he's not known for his insane macro skills, but he is known for his unusual openings, and this is a bit of an unusual opening. Tries to get the Widow Mine, but doesn't actually manage to. So this is starting to get... I don't know. I mean, I still think Protoss is very favored here because of the good early game. But I feel like Bunny could just macro his way out of this situation, because these Zealots do not scale very well. So if we can wait 3 or 4 minutes, then Bunny's army could become better in terms of quality. We do see Templar Archives added on, so I think SOS here is thinking about the next stage of the game where he needs to improve the quality of his army. And we see Forge upgrades as well. But maybe we need to see a double Forge actually, because Bunny is already going for double eBay, which is going to get him an upgrade lead in this game. And that's never a nice thing to see as a Protoss. Protoss is usually expected to be up, like at least one upgrade, it feels like, in the current meta. So it may be a good idea for him to go double Forge here, or Storm. But we actually don't see Storm coming from SOS here. We actually see an Archon, which is only good if the Terran moves out. So it does seem like Bunny here is pushing out here. So this Archon might end up being very good. But if Bunny chooses to play a very passive game, which maybe he will, he is going back now, then these Archons don't scale very well once Ghosts are out. You would prefer to have Storm, even against Ghosts. We are going to see Bunny making a small move out here. These units are kind of dancing with each other. This Widowmine kind of makes it hard for the Protoss player to engage. And yeah, Bunny saw that this is charge lot, so now he's just camping. Like, you don't want to move out against charge lots. If this was Phoenix Colossus, then it makes a lot of sense to take map control. But against this, you want to be very safe. And we actually see a cute little move here with these hallucinating probes to trigger the Widow Mines. So that's a nice move, but not going to get anything done here. We see Blink and +2 armor as a follow-up. Second forward as well, I like to see that. But I still would really like to see Storm here. Just because Storm is very powerful. And it gets him into the next stage of the game, which would be the macro game. You don't really want to max out on pure Zealots. It's not an ideal situation. So I would like to see some teching up from the Protoss player here. Bunny here going for a drop. I think he wants to actually catch these Phoenixes. Very nice move. Very nice map awareness from Bunny there to realize where the Phoenixes are. And kill one Phoenix for free. I think he's kind of realizing that he needs some more map vision, so he gets an Observer instead of an Immortal or Colossus. But second Robo to me indicates he wants to get Colossus. But there's no robotics facility yet, so I do feel like there's some tech mistakes coming from the Protoss player here, getting a second 2 Robos without the Colossus, the Robo Bay. Maybe he wants to go Mass Immortal. Like that's the only explanation I have as to why he's not getting the Robo Bay. But that feels a bit unusual, to say the least. Nice depot lift from Bunny here. Not going to allow any damage to come through. And he's just going to take his 4th base very peacefully and very quickly as well. This is a very quick 4th base. Of course, this base is a half base, so you kind of want to take your 4th base a bit quicker than usual on this map. So this makes a lot of sense. And we can see the Protoss here still hasn't quite upgraded his army. Like, it still looks like the same quality it was 3 minutes ago. So I would really, really like to see that Robo Bay and Storm, or potentially more Immortals even. And yeah, we see the Robo Bay now, but it's too late. So you're going to have to be maxing out on Zealots here. So we just saw a 10 Zealot Warp-in from SOS here, which could get dicey because this army, if this doesn't get like an amazing surround, then Bunny's army has a very high chance of winning. He's going to go for these rocks. That's a cute move. Going to try to split Bunny up here. Will it really work though? He's going to go for it. EMP's landing on all the Zealots, and you can see that these Zealots are just not high quality enough to break Bunny here. And so all of a sudden, like, this is a good position for Bunny, I would say. Though is Bunny overextending? Really beautiful force fields coming out of SOS here. And he's going to trap a good chunk of units, so that was a nice play. But in the end of the day, it's still a very tough situation for SOS, I feel like. His upgrades are a little bit behind, and he's going to actually go Disruptors instead of Colossus. So Disruptors are a bit underrated, I would say. They are good units. But, you know, they can easily go wrong. Like, they can get sniped before the shots go off, and then the game can just be over in a split second. So you have to be really careful. He's going to get the Colossus upgrade, but he's not getting Colossus, which is a bit strange. This is a very big Zealot run, but he has to lift the depot. He doesn't actually lift the depot. That's a huge mistake, but these Zealots are kind of derping. It's because he wants to fight at the front at the same time. He wasn't paying attention to this. This is a bit of a disaster for Bunny here. Like, he doesn't have enough reinforcements to deal with all these Zealots. He's going to lose a lot of workers, just at the very least. He is going to kill his base in exchange, but this is usually bad for the Terran when they have to base trade. The Protoss is usually favored in base trade situations. These Zealots kind of running into the planetary. We don't want to see that. These Zealots cannot take on the planetary. And Bunny is starting to clean that up here while taking out another base. Can SOS get the jump here? and potentially punish this. Seems hard to engage into his army, but it is overstemmed, and at this point, Bunny is gonna go home. But yeah, that was a pretty interesting trade by both players. I feel like units loss-wise, the Protoss did lose more overall so far, but killing SCVs is a very big deal, so I would say that was still good for Bunny, but not by much. And these units are still in peril here. Like, I think Bunny may be overextending these overstimmed units. It's gonna be hard to get out of this situation against Archons and Zealots. We see the Disruptor Shot goes off, kills a Ghost, but Bunny, he's always so active. This is the thing about Bunny, he's so quick and he's always being aggressive. He's trying to do counter Zealot attacks, but losing a base is not really worth it. Bunny at the same time taking a 5th base behind us, so his macro is looking very on point here. Very strong play coming from Bunny here. Gonna scan SOS's army here. He knows where it is. He knows he has time to kill the Nexus and get out. Very smart play from Bunny. At the same time dealing with this annoying gateway that has been warping in Zealots non-stop. But these units are very overstemmed now, and I think Bunny knows that, and he's just gonna go home and chill a bit. Just gonna heal up his units here, so yeah, really well done by Bunny here. Taking a 5th base behind all this pressure is just a very high quality move. And it feels like Protoss here is just struggling to keep up. Factory here does get eventually killed. This is actually a little bit annoying if you don't have double starport already, but we do see Bunny has double starport, so it's not really a concern. And Bunny is gonna go for a Doom Drop into the... oh, it's like kind of a Doom Drop. These Vikings are adding some support. Does SOS have enough units here to deal with this? He warps like 2 Zealots. Is that enough? Disruptor shots go out. They completely whiff. What was that? What was that disruptor control? I don't know, man. And he just has to tap out. I feel like that was just a masterclass game from Bunny. Just completely outplayed his opponent there, honestly. Like, that was really well done. And yeah, no choice but to tap out here. So despite a very strong opening from the Protoss, Bunny shows that there are things you can do to just make a comeback. And he made that look very easy in the end, I have to say. Very impressive game from Bunny. And I do believe that puts Rogue's team 2-0 in this first set. So yeah, that player was actually SOS, so I was correct about that, at least. And yeah, I feel like SOS, his macro game doesn't seem too strong, I have to say. I feel like he made a lot of tech mistakes. I think he could have teched into a higher quality armory. Especially when you have an early game like that, you have a lot of time and a lot of money to just do whatever you want. So you only go mass Zealots if you really need to like defend, because you're worried about like the quick push or whatever. But in that situation, I think he may have overestimated Bunny's attacking potential. So that kind of led to a better army by SOS. So that's 2-0 for Team Rogue. And in the third match, we're going to have a PvP between Zoun and Hero. Zoun going to be representing Team Rogue and Hero on Team Shin. I think Hero is not very happy about his teammates' earlier defeat. 그게 문제가 아니라 이미 쳤는데요. Is he saying that he's already gonna make zero money, $0? Maybe Hero is I think he's just bantering a little bit, but I'm not entirely sure. So in the bottom left, representing onside, and I believe he's playing for Team Rogue, it is Zoun. And potentially the best player in the world right now. Some players have argued that Hero has been the best player of 2026. He's representing T1, and he's fighting for his team Shin. It is Hero. And I just want to quickly shout out the Patreon subscribers over there at Patreon, who are generously donating to us to allow these kind of events to happen. So if you have time to check out the Patreon, we really appreciate it. It's thanks to the Patreon supporters that we can make events like this happen, and when GSL Code S happens, that is also thanks to the Patreon supporters. And we may even see another season of GSL if we reach certain funding goals. So please check out the Patreon page if you haven't already. And yeah, let's just get into this PvP. It's always difficult to play PvP against Hero. I think he is the #1 PvP player right now. Some players might say Max Pax, but I think Max Pax has been struggling a lot lately. So it's always tricky. Hero already looking to proxy something, while we see Zoun scouting. So Zoun has opted for a very standard way to play, and Hero's opting for, I would say, the more trickier way to play, which is the proxy pylon, which can lead to a lot of different variations. So this could just be a fake proxy pylon, where you're not proxying any buildings, but just proxying the pylon. So to Zoun, this looks like, you know, Hero is doing something very aggressive potentially. Maybe proxy Robo, proxy Stargate. But Hero is actually just going to fake this. So he's not actually going to put anything down. He's just going to put the probe, the pylon there. And he's going to go scout with this probe later. So this is already a bit of a mind game coming out from Hero. We see 2 Adepts from Zoun and 2 Stalkers from Hero. So I think these 2 Adepts are aiming to just scout the opponent mostly. So because Zoun doesn't know what kind of proxy he's dealing with, he needs to scout the opponent somehow. And Adepts are a pretty good way to scout. And he's also going to go Robo just in case this is a proxy Robo. And this is the ideal way to defend proxy Robo. But because the Hero isn't actually doing that, this may be a good situation for Hero. He's actually going to react with a Stargate at home. So he sees that Zoun is reacting with a defensive Robo here. And he decides to react with a defensive Stargate, which is a pretty smart play, I think. Stalker's going to catch these 2 Adepts here. He's going to have to cancel that Shade, of course. And yeah, Zoun is looking for the proxy. He still doesn't know what's up. So this is a bit scary for Zoun right now. But he decides to call Hero's bluff and just say, like, I know that you're not actually all-inning me at this point. Because he scouted most of the close proxy locations. And he knows that there's no Robo there, so he's just not scared of what Hero's doing here, it seems like. And Hero's also just going to expand as well. So this is going to turn out to be a surprisingly normal game. We're going to see Oracle from here from Hero. That makes a lot of sense. I think the Phoenix just aren't that strong lately. So going Mass Phoenix here would be a bit weird. And we see 2 Adepts here to defend his 2 Adepts. So you don't even need to block those Adepts with a battery. Down here, maybe he did get to see the base. Okay, so Zoun did get to see the base, which is nice. And actually, Zoun, did he cancel the base earlier? I didn't get to catch that, but it seems that Zoun has canceled his Nexus because he was scared of Hero doing something strange. And he's gonna rebuild it now, but now it's way behind Heroes. This is already a disaster. Is he ready for the Oracle? Oracle is coming in. There's no Stalkers here. We do see a pro pull that's pretty quick, but where are the Stalkers? This game is already over. A battery here is not going to be anywhere near in time. Okay, Zoun is going to go across the map. He wants to just somehow win the game across the map, but it does feel like Zoun, like Hero is still ready. He has a battery. He has 2 Phoenixes. Oh, this is just a disaster. Zoun is getting completely destroyed here by this Oracle, and he does eventually save his units, but I kind of suspect the Zoun is just gonna leave the game, to be honest. Like this has gone too far already, and somehow Hero just makes it look really easy. And just 4 minutes into the game, already pretty much won the game. Looks like Zoun does want to try one last attack here. I think he knows deep inside that it's not gonna work. And we even see Hero here making him mortal, so like that's the best defensive unit you can possibly make. But either way, Zoun is gonna try for his team. He doesn't want to go down without a fight. But it's gonna be so hard. Maybe if you land like the perfect force field and then Hero just like forgets to warp in for like 5 minutes, maybe there's a chance. He actually does lose a Phoenix for free, so I mean that is a start. It's better than nothing, but nice force fields going down. Is gonna isolate the battery, but also counter force fields going down here. And I just don't see how this is ever gonna work. He does catch the Immortal. That's a very nice catch on the Immortal. But the Phoenix is gonna lift this Immortal, which puts it out of the battle. And no DPS really from Zoun's army to break through. And I think we're just gonna see GG here. Hero takes the first map for his team. Hero, being one of the strongest players in the world right now, does make it look fairly easy against Zoun, who is a very strong Protoss player. So, yeah, really well done by Hero. So that makes it 2-1, still in favor of Team Rogue, but Team Shin gets a point on the board. Zoun really not expecting the Oracle there. I think just a big oversight to not have a battery or leave 2 units there. I'm not sure exactly what made Zoun think that he didn't have to respect an Oracle or why he had to cancel his Nexus. But yeah, it seems like a lot of things went really wrong there. Zoun perhaps outplaying himself there. So for our next match, it's gonna be Classic versus Solar, I believe. Let's look at the Liquipedia to make sure, but I see Solar in the lobby, so... No, it's not Classic. I don't even know why Classic is in the lobby. It's gonna be Solar versus Shin. Unless they're switching the matchup order or something. Maybe I can show my face when we're not in game. I don't know what the best way to do it is, but I guess this is fine. But yeah, chatter here is saying Classic against who? And I don't even think Classic is supposed to play in this one, so I'm a bit confused why he's in the lobby there. Okay, we do see a switch up, so it's gonna be Solar versus Shin. ZVZ. I don't have much ZVZ knowledge, but I'll try my best. And I think Classic is just here to observe. And the players are ready, so I'm going to go back in game. So this is going to be an interesting match. I feel like Solar and wait, it's Ragnarok, Rogue, or Shin. I'm pretty sure it's Shin. Yeah, because lately Rogue has been playing under the name Ragnarok on Europe. But anyways, in the bottom left, I believe he's... I don't know if... I feel like I heard an announcement that Falcons recently let go of the players, but I could be mistaken. But it is going to be Solar. And he is representing Team... Rogue? Yeah, that's Team Rogue. And in the top right, we have the team captain for team... It's gonna be Shin. So he's a team captain of his team, obviously. And he's right now, he's down. He's down to 1 point only. Thankfully, Hero got a point on the board in the last game against Zoun, but it's gonna be really important that Shin wins here. Now, I don't know if Shin wants to be referred to as Ragnarok or Shin because his... Sorry, misclicked there. But Ragnarok is his old name, and then he switched to Shin. But now it looks like he's back to Ragnarok, so I'm not sure what's up with that. So I'm just going to call him Shin for now, but I don't know if that's going to be... I don't know if he switched his name back or something. And we have pretty much mirror openings from both of our players here, so... Pretty much identical openings here. I would say that, yeah, I mean, there's just no difference between the builds. This is probably just a standard CVZ build here, hatch first. And we're gonna see probably even 3 bases. Sometimes I see players like Rogue go for like a hatchery in the wall, like kind of like a macro hatch very early on before taking this base. So I'm kind of curious to see if this is going to be like the new meta, if we're going to see any of these players go for that. But yeah, not much to say so far. We just see, well, we don't see anything honestly. Overlord's just going to scout each other, make sure that their opponent is playing hatch first. So once Shin sees the creep here, he's going to know that this is not a 12 pool or something. And we have the first deviation of the game. So we actually see 2 links from Solar, but we don't see any links from Shin here. So I would say these 2 links are very standard. I always see them being built. But for some reason, Shin here has decided that they are not necessary. And instead, I'm going to build 4 links later in the game. So this is an interesting adjustment from Shin. I don't know if this is more optimal, perhaps, to have these links a bit later. But these 2 links are going to go for a scout here already. And we're going to see a bailing nest from both players. So pretty standard stuff, I would say. 2 lanes coming after this hatchery here. We're going to see these 4 links that were built defend this. So yeah, tiny little variation from Shin here. And I think ultimately the work accounts seem pretty even. So I don't know if it makes any real difference or not. But yeah, I would say that's the only thing different here so far. We do see some links coming here from Shin. We're gonna have to see if he commits to more lings or more drones. Okay, he gets for more drones. So sometimes you can see Zerg players go for a swell of lings and try to attack the 3rd base that's building. But it looks like both players are playing pretty chill here. We even see a defensive bailing from Shin here. So neither player are really looking to make any ling bane pressure here in the early game. And we see the Roach Roar from both players. So this is a very, very like mirrored game so far. Both players scouting with a ling into their opponent's base, making sure nothing weird is happening. We see Evo Chamber from from Shin, but we don't see the Evo from Solar yet. So we might get the imbalance in the position finally, where Shin has an upgrade lead at some point. Some more lings being produced from both players. I'm kind of curious why more lings need to be built at this stage of the game. Because to me, like as a Protoss player, it feels like you would just want to build roaches because roaches are higher quality. But we see both players coming to even more lings. So I guess this is something that's pretty standard to add on a couple more lings. But I wouldn't understand why. I'm not quite sure why. Like we even see 4 more lings coming in here. So yeah, quite a ling investment from both players. Maybe this is just to take some map control. Ling run by coming into the 3rd. Does Solar actually have anything to respond? Feels like he doesn't. That's a bit odd. But going for the queen there was maybe a bit too greedy. I think he could have got 1 drone and got out. We're going to see a little bit of link pressure here actually. 1 bailing here could make things very dicey. Micro is pretty... Oh, the micro was not good from Solar. That was a huge micro mistake. Those like 10 links to a single bailing. Links are now going to get into the bases. And this is starting to look very strong for Shin. Just from a little bit of link pressure. That was not a committed push at all. We now see the Roach follow up with Roach speed coming on the way. +1 missiles on the way as well. And do we have +1 missiles for Solar? No, we don't. His upgrades feel very late for Solar. I think Shin is going to have a very strong timing where he has +1 attack, but his opponent doesn't. Solar going for Overlord speed and Overseer, so he wants to see what's up. And interestingly, we see a Hydrogen from Shin here. I feel like that's a bit unusual to go Hydras this early. Maybe he's concerned that Solar is going Mutas. But we don't see a Spire on the way for Solar here, so this is a bit unusual. 4th base is going to be first taken by Solar here, but is this too greedy is the question. I'm wondering if Shin just has a very strong 3 base timing here to potentially kill Solar. And I feel like Shin is very good at these tender times. I mean, the supply is already very much in the favor of Shin here. This Overlord speed is going to scout everything, so Solar actually going for bailing speed, so I think this is a reaction to the Hydrogen that he scouted. Or, wait, where is the Hydrogen? Why is he going bailing speed? No, he didn't scout any Hydrogen. Did he scout it? Okay, he did scout the Hydrogen, so that's why he's going bailing speed. He wants to counter the Hydras with Banelings, which is a very interesting choice. But we don't actually even see any roaches any Hydras in production for Shin. This is gonna be an all-out roach attack with +1 before Solar's +1 perhaps. So this Baneling speed upgrade is a wasted investment. He's gonna go 8 Banelings anyways, but is that gonna be useful against these roaches? We're gonna have to find out. Shin being a very decisive here. He's gonna go right in for the kill. Is this an overextension or is this a perfect timing by Shin? He has the upgrade lead here as well. 8 Banelings gonna come here. How useful are 8 Banelings gonna be against roaches? Nice splits coming here from Shin as well, minimizing that damage, and Solar is getting run over here. Solar does not look like he stands any chance in this fight. Those Banelings were perhaps a huge mistake. These queens are starting to add some value in this fight. Can the reinforcement advantage from Solar make up the difference? +1 is not even done yet for Solar. It's gonna be done now, but it's just so late. The fight's already over by the time +1 is done. Huge drone damage going on here at the third base as well. These drones are in huge trouble. The supply difference is only increasing. And yeah, I mean, even if he gets a cleanup here, it's going to be a very, very bad position. Will he even be able to clean this up? It's going to be a very close call. It does seem like he's finally maybe pushing it back a tiny bit, but I don't know, man. I think Shin just has it in the back here. Very strong timing from Shin. And I think it all came down to the just couple of link pressures that happened in the early game that threw Solar off guard. It does seem like Solar is going to somehow survive here. So that's pretty well done by Solar to survive. I didn't expect that he could. But there's a second wave coming here. We're going to go right for the Ravager. 1 HP on this Ravager. Somehow lives. This one Roach is going to chase it. Gets the Ravager. Nice micro from Shin there. And yeah, this is just getting worse and worse. And there's even +2 behind this. No +2 in sight for Solar. So even if he holds this attack, he's always going to be at a bit of a disadvantage here. And yeah, it just does not seem like the numbers are quite there for Solar. And these roaches are just thinning slowly and slowly. +2 attack is even going to finish up during this fight. So this is really just quite brutal. And I think Solar has no choice but to tap out here. Shin, the team captain. This is why he's the team captain, man. He gets the job done when his team needs him, and it's gonna be an even scoreline here between Team Shin and Team Rogue now. Very exciting ZVZ there. It feels like when both players are just playing that mirror opening, it's whoever gets the first advantage that's going to take the game. And Shin got a very nice banding connection very early on. And from there, it's very difficult when there's no, imbalances in the position. It's not like Solar had Mutalisk and Shin had Hydras, and there's like some sort of imbalance in the position where you can make a play. If it's just pure Roach versus Roach, it's just the bigger number wins. Shin had the bigger numbers, he had the better upgrades, and hey, it takes that very decisively. And we are going to see, is it going to be Cure versus Classic now? Let me check here. Yep, it's going to be Classic versus Cure on 10k. This is going to be a very close match, I think. It would be easy to favor Classic in this match here, but I think recently Cure has done really well against Protoss. I think I saw him beat Clem not too long ago. I think he beat Classic in the last GSL CK as well, or something like that. So Cure has a very strong record lately. Let's go into the lobby here. So I would not count Cure out just because Classic is our, EWC finalist of last year. And of course Classic is one of the best players in the world, but so is Cure. So I think it's going to be very close. Very interested to see what Cure's build is going to be, because he has had a lot of spicy builds. I also saw that Classic has a lot of spicy builds lately as well. He plays like, played some weird builds the other day in the Monday Night Weekly. Like, I saw him go like Phoenix. And there's just one other build that he played that was, I can't quite remember, but it was unusual. But anyways, in the bottom right, I believe he's still representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And in the top left, we have representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And Cure actually was 3rd place in last year's UWC. Classic was 2nd place. So these two players are very evenly matched, I feel like. I do want to check which team Classic is on just for the score. So sorry for the alt tab, but you know, nothing really happened in the early game anyways. Where is Wikipedia? Okay, so Classic is on Team Rogue. The Team Rogue right now is 2. Right, so it's 2-2. I believe that's the correct score. And if we just go to Cure's vision here, let's see what he's doing. Nothing unusual. So it's going to be a 1 gas build. We saw Maru earlier play... Okay, Cure, what are you doing with your camera, man? We saw Cure... sorry, we saw Maru play a 2 gas opening. But we see Cure here likes to play the 1 gas opening. So this is pretty standard as well. Just to open the 1 gas expansion opening. And we see Classic play pretty normal opening as well. He's going to go Nexus before Core. And this probe is just going to try to deny this base from going up on time. Always a bit of a nuisance for the Terran player. But not a really big deal either way. And we do see Marine first from Cure. So this is already a little bit risky. The Marine first can die to proxies sometimes. So it's up to this Marine to kind of scout for proxies. But if you just miss the proxy location with the Marine, it can be very dangerous. Luckily for Cure, there's no proxy happening going on here. Classic keeping it very simple. Just gonna take a base. Get his warp gates up, Chrono out of Stalker. And on Cure's side we see, you know, very normal stuff. We see Factor, we're not gonna see any like 3 racks play. Triple CC play can even happen sometimes with these openings. Especially on this map. But Cure playing very safe, getting a bunker, adding all those Marines. And to me, to my eye, this looks like a potential mine drop opening. But there's still a lot of different variations that can happen here. Classic on the other hand just going for a very straightforward Twilight. So this is the textbook build for Protoss and PvT to go Blink, defensive Blink, or potentially some Blink Prism pressure. And we see a Hellion here. So this Hellion is just for scouting most likely. Now if he builds a second Hellion, then I think he's going to play a Marine drop Hellion build, which is a bit of a European build actually. I think Nicorect was the first player to start doing that. But we're actually going to see a Tech Lab. So this is not what I was expecting. This could be either a quick Raven or a Banshee. I would be very shocked to see like Cyclone right away or Tank right away, because that would indicate that Cure wants to do a tank pressure, which would be a bit risky, I feel like. So yeah, we're going to see Tech Lab on the starport and quick Raven. So this is just like another alternative to Mine Drop to get some harassment done on the other side of the map. But instead of going Mine Drop, you can go Raven, which is pretty similar in terms of damage. So this Hellion is very important to keep alive here. He wants to see, is Classic going to take a 3rd base? And so far he sees no 3rd base, so to him this looks like 3-gate Robo or 4-gate Robo. Or 4-gate Blink, sorry. And in that case, you really want to make sure you have siege tanks. And we're going to see a very interesting move from Cure here. We're going to see him research this upgrade, which is almost never researched in this matchup anymore. Okay. He was just faking for Cloak. So if Classic happened to scout this with like a hallucinated Phoenix, he would see that it looks like maybe Cloaked Banshees. But this is not Cloaked Banshees. I thought we were going to see something really innovative out of Cure here, but it seems like this is pretty standard stuff. We see eBay out of Cure. You might be thinking like, why are you even bringing that up, Trigger? Like, this is pretty normal. But these days, Terran players actually skip the eBay very often, just to do a very strong push. But we see Cure here is going to play the stock textbook build, which is to get your +1 and STEM at the same time. This Raven is looking for an opportunity. This is a really annoying map actually for the Protoss, because the turret can be placed here, and it's just kind of annoying to deal with that. We are going to see some Blink pressure from Classic, so this is actually something Classic has been doing a lot more often these days, is these blink pressure builds. We do see this turn on the high ground, so annoying. But yeah, we're gonna see Classic try to get some counter damage done with a 4 Stalkers and a Prism. This is a classic move that players like Max Packs love. But this is a nice tank position from Cure. Like, can you really get damage done against this tank position? Feels like you might get 1 or 2 workers, but that's about it. So already a very strong start from Cure, I feel like. This pressure has not gotten much damage done. We do see a Storm follow-up, so this is not a committed push at all from Classic. But I do feel like this Prism is ideally hoping for more damage than just one worker. So very strong start for Cure. We can see already a 20 supply lead for the Terran player. I would say at this stage of the game, is he gonna get the High Templar? No, he isn't. But yeah, I would say at this stage of the game, you would expect the Terran to be up about 10 supply. Cure being up 20 supply does strike me as the Terran being in the lead here. And we see it's their command center from Cure, which I think is the right call against Storm. I'm not sure if Cure actually scouted Storm. Let's see his vision. Okay, he doesn't know it's Storm, but I do think regardless he made the right choice going for a quicker third command center here. Because against Storm, it's very hard to attack into Storm these days because of the change to Storm. So you would rather just take a quick third base, I think, and get Ghosts eventually before moving out. Cure still gonna put some pressure on. Of course, you can always move out on the map, but you don't have to overcommit if you don't want to. So this is just like kind of a probing move from Cure, just seeing like what the Protoss is gonna do in response to a little move out, but he's not gonna commit. I think this is a very wise decision from Cure. Going against Storm without Ghost is a very scary. Classic here. He's not really respecting this push potential too much, which is nice. So, like a more amateur player might see this push in the middle of the map and think, like, I need to build Zealots, I need to build cannons, batteries. But here we have Classic just casually taking more gases, more probes, and a 4th base. So I think he's reacted pretty well to what Cure is trying to do here so far. So I would say so far pretty well played by both players, but a slight advantage to Cure for the opening. And we're even going to see a pretty quick Ghost Academy. So Cure pretty much has scouted nothing, but it feels like he's somehow sniffed out that this is Storm. It's going to be pretty hard to defend this push though. I feel like Cure is not macroing at all, which is a bit weird. Like he has 1,000 resources in the bank. He really needs to spend his money if he wants to defend this. But looks like Classic, he's going to push out, but the real goal is to get some SCV damage with the Storm drops here. But Cure with a nice missile turret positioning, gonna just push that away and take a 4th base. So Cure, I feel like, has done everything correctly so far, and he's just gonna camp for the late game. So when you're in a nice position like Cure is in here, like Cure is here, you might be thinking like, okay, maybe I should do a strong timing attack, and you can definitely do those kind of moves. But I think what Cure is aiming for here is just to go into the late game. And most Terran players think that the late game is favoring Terran. So this makes a lot of sense for Cure to just go right into the late game with a 2nd starport, a 4th base, ghosts and upgrades. Classic already taking this very forward 5th base. So I think it's pretty obvious to Classic that Cure is not going to move out for a while. So he wants to just take the forward bases right away and start mining those out, which is a very nice late game move. Classic still putting on a little bit of pressure here. It's always nice to just like kill some eco if you can, if it's free. Like these High Templar don't really need to keep their energy if Cure is not going to move out. So you may as well use it on something, right? So I do like that move from Classic. Doesn't really get any damage done though. Nice reaction from Cure as well. We see +1 ship weapons on the way. Very important upgrade because you need +2 ship weapons for your Liberators at some point. And we actually see a Stargate already on the way. So both players already really gearing up for the late game. Double Starport even. Stargate, sorry. 4 Stargates for Classic. This is a crazy move. So Classic, he is reading the game as Cure just gonna camp into the late game. And Classic is basically saying, alright, let's do that. I'm gonna go Carrier to Tempest right away. And this is a very interesting move. I feel like if Cure doesn't scout this in time, he might not have the Viking count to deal with this, but he is already getting a lot of Vikings, so... Like, these Vikings are obviously not meant to counter Tempest or Carriers at the moment. They're meant to counter the Colossus, but they might inadvertently eventually counter the Carrier or Tempest. So it's hard to say if this play will work out for Classic. Classic gonna have 2 High Templar to the main, getting some very nice storms onto the army. Doesn't actually storm the units though. I feel like he could have stormed the ramp there to zone Cure out. But in the end, not that much damage. 11 SFVs sounds really bad, but at this stage of the game, it really isn't that bad. And we're actually going to see quadruple carrier production from Classic, so I think it's really crucial for Cure to scan like the natural here or something. Like, he needs to find this info out ASAP. We do see more Vikings in production, which is ideal. And Ghosts are ideal. Marines are not terrible, right? And we're actually going to see a push out from Cure, because this is another way to get info, right? Like, instead of scanning your opponents all day, you can kind of move out on the map and probe what your opponent's army looks at. And he sees 4 Colossus, so like, why not get more Vikings against this? This base is in a lot of hot water as well. This is the kind of the problem when you have all your supply tied up in production of carriers. How are you going to defend these outside bases? It looks like Classic is not going to try. So Cure picks off a base for free here. But the real problem are these surprise carriers. Like, if Classic can get to a very high count without Cure knowing, it can get dangerous. But I feel like 4 is not enough. Like, look at the Viking count. It's pretty high. Maybe Classic is just going to get A-moved here, honestly. Like, this carrier count is not too great. These units are kind of out of position for Classic. He wants to go for a big flank. Is that really going to work out? This is going to be a crazy fight here, right in the heart of Classic's base. This is pretty much do or die here. There is no retreating for the Terran player. Storm on the high ground, going to collapse onto the Terran army. These are some nasty storms. We need to see those Vikings start doing something. They're kind of fighting interceptors right now, not what you like to see. And this is such an awkward fight for both players, but the Mothership comes out at perfect timing. Mothership pops out of absolutely nowhere, and it looks like Cure here is just going to have to somehow get out. Huge blink forward coming here to catch those medevacs as well. And that was an absolute disaster for Cure. I think he got a bit too confident in his army, like going into the heart of the opponent's base only really works if you have a huge army lead, but I think Cure's army was not meant for direct fighting. Usually the Vikings like to poke and get value over time. I think if you're going to take a big fight like that, you need to have a different army comp. And I'm getting some lag actually. I hope that's not me. But that's a very devastating moment. I hope that the players are not experiencing lag themselves, because that would be very bad. But yeah, I think this might be on my end. I hope it's not. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna pause my feedback of the stream, and I hope that fixes the lag. Okay, this is some pretty bad lag, I have to say. But I'm gonna just try my best to keep track of what's happening here. It does feel like Classic just is so much further ahead, and he should probably just push now, right? Like, if Cure gets to remax on Mass Vikings, it can get like pretty bad for Classic again. So I don't like Classic giving Cure too much time, but it does seem like Classic wants to play this pretty passively, which kind of surprises me. We do see +3 ship weapons and more Vikings on the way for Cure here. So yeah, I mean, Classic is giving Cure time to rebuild that beautiful army that Cure wants. Although I must admit, this Marine count is looking a little bit high. Like, the perfect army comp for Cure is like Mass Ghosts Viking, maybe something like that. You don't really want too many Marauders and Marines. Those are kind of like the low quality units. But I think Cure feels pressure to max out as soon as possible, because Classic could attack him at any moment. But Classic is very patient. He doesn't feel the pressure to attack. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, but we're just gonna have to see. Classic starting to think about pressuring the Terran player here. We do see a defensive planetary in this position. So that could potentially ward any attacks off here. Nice scan goes off, sees exactly what's up. Is Classic gonna go up this ramp? This feels like a very risky fight. He's gonna cloak. We need to see a scan. Oh, this is gonna be a very dangerous fight. That planetary is soaking up so much damage, but a really nice storm lands for Classic here. Who is this fight gonna favor? I don't know. These Vikings are not really target firing the key units. Kind of going after interceptors is not what you like to see. But Classic feeling like that fight was a bit too risky for him. Backs off for a moment, waits for more warpins, and maybe he's gonna go back in. It's gonna be hard to say who can win this fight. I feel like we need to see better micro from Kira on the Vikings. We need to see like those mothership snipes, the carrier snipes, the clawhosses snipes. Actually, we see a recall here, so Classic, he wants to target this upper right base from Kira. He really needs that base. Very beautiful army movement from Classic here. And Kira completely caught out of position. This planetary is good as dead. Kira trying to run back and save this planetary is not really going to work out. This mothership is still here. Remember, this mothership still has a recall. So this could get very ugly for Kira if he's out of position again. Gonna place a scan here, just seeing what he's up to. And yeah, if Kira ever tries to chase this army, like this mothership recall could be very brutal. So Kira is kind of in a checkmated position almost, it feels like. How is Kira gonna get himself out of this? Mothership encroaching into the army base. Is he gonna recall right into the main base? This feels kind of crazy. It's a very risky move, no? Oh, he's going for it. He's sending it. Maybe a time warp on the ramp could be completely brutal here. Oh, how are you gonna deal with this many carriers in your main base, Kira? It's gonna be a tough fight. So many Vikings here. If you can just somehow dodge the storms, this could be a good fight in the end. We need to see really good target fire from Kira. One carrier goes down. That's the second carrier down. So many Vikings here. Where are the storms? No storm energy for Classic. This is a huge disaster, perhaps. Colossus are still alive and kicking, but there's just so many Vikings one-shotting every single key unit. This recall was way too overconfident, I think, from Classic. This fight did not go well for him at all. At the same time, we see Zealot run by, but Zealots are just not good enough to kill a planetary. Disaster is striking for Classic here. We're gonna see an orbital here for Kira. That's a bit exposed. I feel like these Zealots could get on top of that, actually. Very annoying for Kira that he doesn't have a planetary here. These units are gonna show up now. Overall, a great success for Kira, but it's still a tough position because look at the economy situation for Classic. He has pretty much every base on the map. Kira wants to stop that from continuing. And he is going to actually shut down this base. Is Kira making a massive comeback here? Scans ahead. He sees 4 carriers. 4 carriers sound scary, but they're really not. Look how many Vikings there are. All these carriers are in so much trouble. We need to see a fat stalker warping to save these units, but only 2 stalkers being warped in. That's not going to help at all. All these carriers are just so exposed. The big stalker warping now, but it's too late. 3 carriers fall. Counterattack from Classic with a lot of High Templar. This is such a hectic game right now. We need to see these High Templar do something, but what do you even storm? You storm like 1 Marauder? This is going to be very hard to handle for both players. Storm lands for Classic here, just buying time. Just a handful of High Templars somehow doing some massive damage at the 3rd base secure here. Who is winning this game right now? It's hard to tell. The supplies are definitely favoring Classic. But I do think the army quality of Kira is a bit higher. He's going to go after this production. Colossus gets immediately sniped. Very unfortunate for Classic there. He is trying to produce a big army to try to defend this, but is that good enough? So many ghosts here. Mothership pops out. Mothership is not useless here, but it's going to be a nice time warp, and these Archons surrounding the army. What is Kira going to do here? He needs to get out, or he needs to fight. He's going to fight these Archons. Actually, cloaking his ghosts is an insane move because there's no detection. No detection for Classic here. Is this going to be good enough for Kira, actually, because there's no detection? No observer being built because there's no robos left. Or is there a robo left? I don't know if there's a robo left because there's no observer in production. Probes are fighting in the main line here. How these ghosts are walking forward. Ghosts, not usually a fighting unit, going to somehow destroy every single unit of Classic here. And Kira making a miraculous comeback was just pure cloaked ghosts. This is an insane fight from Kira here. And like Classic, his economy is completely shut down. He has 0 production, nothing in the production for Classic here. What is he even going to build to counter these ghosts? He needs like Colossus maybe, but I don't think he has a robo. There's no robo left. And yeah, this looks like a very, like, it's just a very strong position for Cure. It looks like completely game over to me. What is Classic gonna do about this army? He's gonna try to base trade, but he's base trading with like 5 units. 5 units versus 100 ghosts. Who wins that? I don't know, man. Looks looks pretty bad. We're gonna see an Oracle to try to like counter the cloak, but this just seems like some cope here from Classic. Base after base falls. Classic here. This is pretty much his last mining base. He has to defend it. If he chooses not to defend it, then I mean, what can you do here? Classic maybe in a bit of shock. In a bit of shock that he's lost a game like this, where he was in such a commanding position after this big fight in the natural earlier on. He's gonna try to base trade again. I respect the effort, but I mean, even one Liberator here feels very hard to destroy. It's gonna be a bit out of position, this Liberator, so he's gonna get on top of that. But these storms, they look nice, but they don't really do anything. And Liquid Cure is gonna take a map for his team. Really well played by Cure there to make just a really insane comeback. Does feel like Classic kind of let the ball slip there with the Mothership recall into the main base. Feels like he needed more storms to make that work. So yeah, we see Team Rogue take another map in this tournament. So what a game. We see the players are already ready to play the next game. Rogue is spamming the chat, telling us to start. It's gonna be Rogue versus ByuN. So this is a very, very even matchup, I feel like. Rogue is on a bit of a hot streak. He had a very nice run at the RSL, where he made it all the way to the finals, defeating players like Hero, and I believe he beat Cure? Was it Cure? Or something? I don't know. He beat a lot of really good players, and then he lost in the finals to MaxPax, but overall, very strong run from Rogue recently. So it's going to be a very even matchup. We are going to be loading into Mothership here. In the top left, representing Team Rogue, because he is the team captain, it is Rogue. And I think he's on team... I think he was also on Team Falcons, but Falcons is no longer in StarCraft 2. So, currently teamless, I believe. And in the top right, we have our fan favorite Terran player playing for the Shopify Rebellions. It is ByuN. And he's going to be representing Team Shin here. He beat Maru. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So he beat Maru to get into the finals. So it's fair to say that Rogue has some very nasty ZVT. Beating arguably maybe the second best TVZ player in the world, Maru, in the lower bracket finals of RSL. And we see ByuN playing CC first, which is actually kind of expected from ByuN. I think I've seen him play CC first on this map like every game that he's ever played on this map, so not surprising. Apologies for the alt tab there. Just wanted to make sure everything was correct. And Rogue just playing a very standard build as well. So maybe some of the viewers might be thinking like, why not play 12 pool if your opponent is always going CC first? But according to the Zergs, 12 pool actually gets countered by CC first, because the command center finishes by the time the lings are across the map, and of course you're gonna have a wall here. So that's why we see Rogue not gonna try to like blind counter a CC first in some way. At least, especially on this map, it would be very hard to do so, where he could technically be spawning here or there. So Rogue just gonna do a normal opening here. ByuN gonna get away with a pretty, I guess, like a somewhat greedy opening. But this map makes it work, which is why ByuN always plays this build. Pretty standard stuff. We see Marine first here from ByuN. I think that's very normal with CC first. You don't really want to get a late Reaper. It doesn't really add much value. And I don't know why ByuN lifted his command center up and down, but he did. Nevertheless, gets the orbital up. Factory on the way, so we're not going to see like a really weird build like 3 racks in TVZ. We have seen 3 racks or even 4 racks in TVZ before from ByuN, but it just seems to be not very strong, so no one really plays that anymore. Reactor follow-up, this to me seems like Hellion follow-up for ByuN. And on the other side, we see a very quick layer from Rogue, so this is very unusual, and I'm very curious what Rogue is trying to do here. So this could be like Nidus. It also could be very quick mutas. I'm not sure which it's going to be. This is definitely like an insanely fast layer. Like even for 2 base muta standard is way too quick, so I'm kind of suspecting maybe Nidus Worm here. I'm going to see a Roach War. Okay, so I think this is going to be Roach Nidus from Rogue here. So Rogue seems to sense that this CC first build might be weak to Roaches. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. We do see a medevac here from ByuN. So I guess he wants to put a little pressure on the map. Maybe get some scouting done with this medevac. It's going to be really important that ByuN somehow scouts what's happening here, or this could get very devastating. And this layer is done, but we don't see any layer like unit or like building coming out yet, so we just see an overseer. But this kind of tells ByuN that there's already a layer. And maybe this is all a mind game, just to make ByuN scared of a Nidus Worm. Meanwhile, he's gonna like just drone up. Okay, he's not droning up, let me tell you. Actually gonna see a Liberator as well. Liberator Harass has been nerfed by the Liberator change. Okay. Okay, so maybe I just don't understand this matchup at all, because this feels like very unusual. I mean, this is definitely very unusual. But we see a bunch of roaches, and then we see drones, and then we see more roaches. So to me, this feels super confusing. Like, does he want to attack with roaches? Does he want to just play defensive roaches? It seems like an in-between almost, because he is building more drones now. So these are just like safety roaches. Maybe he wants to put on a little pressure. I don't know. But judging on the fact that he's building even more drones, I think it's fair to say this is just going to be some safety roaches. Very unusual way of going about the matchup, but I guess it kind of works out. It also kind of scares ByuN, right? Like, he sees these roaches so quickly, he could be worried about a roach attack. And we do see tank production already starting for ByuN. Maybe in response to the fact that he has to deal with potential roaches early on. Yeah, just very macro-oriented build coming here from Rogue. We're going to see a Liberate Harass in the main. Actually, poor micro from Rogue there, letting a Queen die. Not ideal. Hellion's at the same time trying to get as many drones as possible, but it seems like Rogue dealt with that really nicely. Only lost 2 drones. Very successful trade for Rogue there. And units lost are even, but looking at the worker count, it feels like Rogue has gotten away with a lot of greed here. He's actually going to pressure at the front despite having way more workers. So to me, this feels so unintuitive, right? Like, you have the worker advantage, but you're also putting pressure on your opponent. I feel like this is all just to scare ByuN, really. Like, contain ByuN and scare ByuN. And it's kind of working, right? Like, ByuN, it's going to be hard for him to just saturate a third right away when there's like Ravagers in front of his face. So ByuN gonna be a little bit late to fully saturate the third, I guess, as a result of that move, but yeah, overall not a committed move, and we actually see +1 melee, which is also like another unintuitive move, right? Because you're committing to so many roaches, but then you don't get the upgrade for them. You get an upgrade for the lings that you don't even have yet. So I think this is Rogue just thinking like 5 minutes ahead. Like, he's not thinking about this roach army, he's thinking about his army in 5 minutes, which is gonna be like mass, you know, Ling Bane, maybe ultras. This hive seems to indicate potential ultras. So Rogue seems to be thinking many steps ahead in this game, which is very cool to see. So yeah, Rogue playing a very high level game, I feel like. These moves feel unintuitive, but after seeing the result, it feels like it worked out quite well for Rogue here. And ByuN is like a bit too scared to move out, right? Like, why would you move out when you see a bunch of roaches? It feels risky. And this kind of allows Rogue to just say, okay, I know you're not going to move out. I'm going to go hive. I'm going to get infestors. I'm going to go transition into a better army than roaches. This is all going really well for Rogue here. Even getting Burrow, which could be useful later on. ByuN, of course, he doesn't want to have zero pressure on a map. He wants to have some pressure. He's going to have like 1 medevac, 8 marines. But this really doesn't do much. Actually, sieging into the range of the Spore is quite a big mistake as well. So a bit sloppy from ByuN there, I have to say. He does scan the Lings, which may be a slight error from Rogue to allow ByuN to see that. Is he actually going to get the medevac? No. He sees 1 bile. And yeah, ByuN saw the Lings, so maybe he's thinking like, okay, Rogue is trying to transition. Maybe this is the timing that I have with all these tanks. Is Rogue actually ready for this? He has no Baneling speed, I believe. So he's going to have to defend with like Roach, Ravager, Ling. That is not the ideal army here. Has Rogue played too greedy? He does have Infestors, which are really good at in the defensive position. But these Ultras are not quite out yet. You're investing in 2-2 and Adrenal that are not going to come into play here. This could get very dangerous for Rogue. Does Rogue have enough units to defend this? Ultras in production now, but they're just a touch late. This base is very important for Rogue's economy. Same time we see 8-ling harassment, so this is not going to be easy for Rogue to deal with. And yeah, there's just so many tanks here. Look at this tank line. But he is playing this very slowly. Like every second that goes by, Rogue is getting closer to these Ultras, which will definitely help clean up this army. Rogue deciding to just give up the space. He doesn't think he can hold it. Wants to counterattack. Does ByuN have units at home? He does. So Rogue, he's gonna have to give up base. That hurts him a lot. These Lings get nothing done. ByuN taking a 4th base behind this. Ultras are out, but already taking massive damage. So ByuN finding a nice little timing to get himself back into this game. It's still very dangerous though, right? Because Rogue is maxed out, and he has Ultras with all of his upgrades coming online soon. ByuN here trying to transition into more of a Marauder-based army. Of course, he wants Marauders against Ultras. And we just see more Ultras in production here, because that's the best units you can make here as Rogue. This tank line still exists. I do feel like Rogue could have maybe invested in Vipers, because Vipers are just really good against tanks with the Blinding Cog. And when you see like your opponent has 6 tanks, I feel like Vipers are a worthy investment. But perhaps Rogue likes to keep it simple and not mess around with like too many spellcasters. Ling run by here actually catching ByuN a bit off guard, and then he's gonna burrow to be maximally annoying, forcing scans from his opponent. And is Rogue looking to potentially collapse onto this planetary? ByuN here at the same time trying to do a bit of counter damage. It's gonna get very ugly for the Terran here. He doesn't have very many units here. Half his army is like on the other side of the map. This base is pretty much dead there from the Ravager bios. Huge fungal goes onto all those Marines. Rogue surprisingly doesn't want to capitalize on that. Instead, he's going to focus on defending at home. So ByuN does get something in return, but this Ultra is just so powerful. Eventually it does die. But not before it does huge damage to the enemy army. ByuN, he needs to get something done across the map. He has no 4th base, but what can you do against Ultra Infestor? He does have a lot of tanks here. You don't want to fight into that as Rogue. And Rogue very wisely just decides to back off and wait for more units. I still think a Viper here would be really useful. Like, imagine a Blinding Cog on all these tanks here. But Rogue, not gonna go for that. Ling run by checking if ByuN is taking a different 4th. He doesn't see anything, and is ByuN even building another base? Like, he is starting it now, but it's so late. It's gonna be really hard for ByuN to camp himself out of this one with this late of a 4th base. We also see ByuN has forgotten +3 armor, which is gonna be a very big deal against Ultras and Lings. Oh, Baneling Speak fist. Oh, nice micro from ByuN here, picking up only the Marines, leaving the Marauders behind to soak up Baneling damage. Not a bad trade for ByuN, but overall, this is still looking very difficult to deal with for ByuN. He's gonna get Liberators, but we already see Spire coming for Rogue here, and this is gonna be for Corruptors. In the past, Zerg players thought that Hydras were like the counter to Liberators, but Corruptors are just way better. So these days, we see a lot of Corruptor Ultra as a main army comp. Ling run by the third. Does ByuN have units? He does have units, so Not gonna get caught off by that. These medevacs trying to be annoying, but like against infestors, it's really hard to do anything. ByuN needs to be a little bit careful with his units here. ByuN trying to get the Liberator count though. I feel like ByuN needs to get a Ghost Academy. Oh, he does have a Ghost Academy, but he needs Ghosts. He is trying to produce some Ghosts, but his count is going to be very low for a very long time because he just has no eco. He needs like 8 gases to make that happen. It's going to try to keep on the pressure with Marine Marauder drops. I think this is a good move, but this is going to be very hard to defend right now. There are so many Ultralisks right now. Ravager is going to delete those tanks. Ultra is going to delete those tanks. Where are the bio units for ByuN? He needs something to support these tanks. He's trying to deal with a Ling Rumbai that's burrowed in his base at the same time. They finally unburrows. All these Ling SCVs are in trouble. There's some units on the top side trying to save the day. Gonna kill some Ultras. Nice fungal does land on that army. Can you deal with these Ultras though? These units are so low HP. This Infestor burrow, not quite enough energy for fungal though. Ultra's also low HP, but the Banelings are hitting massive connections, and this looks like a very clean victory for Rogue. These Ultras are finally starting to die out, but not before they kill a bunch of units, and this third base got completely wiped. And ByuN, I think he's just going to try to go for one final last-ditch attack before giving up. Can he really make anything happen, though? I mean, we don't need to see, like, an insane... Like, I don't know, like, what could you even do here as ByuN? There are so many Lings here that have Adrenal. This Liberator can't even fight because of these Ravagers. Snipe goes off, 3 Ultras coming behind it, Fungal goes off, and ByuN sees his entire army and decides that there is 0 chance of anything happening here and leaves again. Rogue playing a very, very strong ZVT. I feel like I'm not a ZVT expert, obviously, I'm a Protoss player, but I think a lot of his moves were extremely high level, so Rogue really showing his strengths and really showing why he used to be considered as like a GOAT contender even. Very nicely done from Rogue. And Rogue is the team captain, so it feels good when the team captain is doing well. I'm gonna take a short break, guys, before my next game starts. I need to drink some water and stuff before my throat dies, so BRB. And yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Alright, hello. I'm back already. So I do believe that means Rogue is up 4-2. But let me check the Wikipedia page. So yes, I believe Team Rogue. No, wait, what? No, it's actually 3-3. Because Cure beat Classic. I forgot that Classics lost that one. So right now the score is dead even, 3-3. And we're gonna have an ace match actually, so that's really exciting. So I'm not sure exactly how the ace match works. I think both teams get to select a player to send out. So most likely we're gonna have Hero versus like Maru or something. It's actually going to be Classic. So we have Hero versus Classic for our ace match of this first set. So that's very exciting. And of course, this is not the final game of the day. This is actually just the final game of the set. And we're going to have a set 2 after this, which is going to be a different format. It's going to be, I think, all-kill format. Actually, no, we see Maru has joined the lobby. So I think it might be Maru after all. I do feel like Maru is the better choice to put against Hero, because Hero has done really well against Classic in his recent PvPs. So we're gonna have Hero versus Maru, which is just always seems to always deliver somehow. Let's see what they're chatting about. 준비됐잖아요. 애결 그만하고 싶. Okay, both players are ready. And we're just gonna have our ace match on Taito Citadel. Hero versus Maru. It's gonna be an exciting one. So, this is for not all the marbles, but all the marbles on set 1. In the bottom right, loading here on Taito Citadel, representing T1, it is Hero. And he is playing for Team Shin. And in the top left, representing Onside Gaming, and on part of Team Rogue here, it's gonna be Maru. So we have the best player of 2026 versus perhaps the best Terran player of all time. Here on Taito Citadel, and we're already having an extremely weird exchange where Maru was going for an eBay block and Hero was going for some crazy proxy. So it ends up being Maru scouting Hero here. So this is already like pretty good for Maru, I would say. He's going to like, I don't even know how this happened already, but it seems that Hero is already in a bit of a tough spot because his proxy got found so early. We're gonna see some mineral harass from Maru here, just being a little bit annoying. And Maru is gonna open 2 gas, which I think makes a lot of sense, right? When you see a proxy gateway. 2 gas is the preferred opening against a proxy gateway, so this makes sense. Although this proxy gateway is so far away, I'm not sure if like you even need to be concerned as the Protoss here. Another weird thing here is that Hero's gonna have to build a cyber core here. Like, this is so bad for Hero, because this position is always going to be hard to defend later in the game, and it's gonna hold so many vital like structures. Okay, I would say this is a small mistake from Maru actually, is not scouting to see if the Zealot is being built. I think it may have been worth to just check that, but Maru decides he just wants to send his SCVs home for mining, which is also a fair call, I guess, but I feel like the info would have been nice to have. So Hero is pretty much playing like a very standard PvT opening, other than the fact that all of his buildings are over here. So it's fair to say that Hero here is just in a bit of a tough spot already. And I really like that Maru is not trying to mess around with like 3 Reaper 2 Hellion. It may be tempting like to go 3 Reaper 2 Hellion here, maybe target this pylon or target these probes later. But I think Maru has a more clever way of targeting these buildings, and that's gonna be just the 1-1, well actually 2-1-1 all in. So he's gonna just tank push, very committed tank push onto these structures first probably. And if this goes down, like that's a lot of production going down. That's no cyber for Stalker Warpins. So I feel like Maru has decided that this is the counter to Hero's weird building placement. It's gonna be just all in this. So that's gonna be very interesting to see if Maru's idea is actually spot on here. I must say this is a risky way to go about it. Like you could have pressured these structures without committing to an all-in, right? Like you can go like just like expanding behind 1-1-1 or something with tank cyclone medevac. Not gonna get the stalker here. That's a bit painful for Maru. This Reaper actually did get 1 probe kill, which is nice, but is he gonna pay for it with his life? It does seem so. Yes, I mean, has Hero read this correctly as just an all-in from Maru? It kind of feels like he has, like getting more gateways and a robo, not taking a 3rd base, of course. So I feel like this is a bit risky for Maru right now. I feel like his decision to all-in against this is definitely a risky one. Like he could have had a similar result of shutting down this pylon without committing to the all-in, I feel like. But Maru is Maru for a reason. He loves his committed attacks. Gonna just have to see if this works out for him here. Hero not even gonna try to save this pylon. Like it would be so hard to save it, so he's not gonna bother. Now it is a bit of a problem that he's gonna eventually lose the Cyber Core because he's going Blink, and obviously you need to build Stalkers with Blink, with an investment into the Blink upgrade. He's gonna save his Cyber Core though. These Stalkers on the map here, trying to like start picking away at units, but this is before Blink, so it kind of is risky to be on the map like this. See a proxy pylon from Hero. Hero is thinking about counterattacking, but right now he needs to be thinking about defending because this is a very committed all-in. SCV is being pulled from Maru here. Can Hero defend this? I mean, he has so many workers here. I'm kind of wondering if this is like too many workers for Hero, or if it's just the right amount. These tanks chasing Stalkers. Ah, very nice blink here. These bushes provide cover. Kills a Viking. Maru a bit uncoordinated here, it feels like. He's gonna come after this buildings now, which is gonna be very annoying for Hero. He's gonna blink forward into this tank. That's a risky call, but it does seem like he does get the tank. So maybe it was okay for Hero to sacrifice a couple Stalkers for a very important tank there. The Cyber does finally get killed, so now it's gonna be reliance on a moral and charge loss perhaps. These Stalkers going for a counterattack to cut off reinforcements. Very smart play from Hero, but does not catch these units. Maru on a bit of a timer almost because of these Stalkers, but oh, does he have enough at home? This is very scary. Like, this is such a devastating push, it feels like. One Immortal here is really nice for zoning out key units like the Cyclone and Viking, but it's gonna be hard to deal with. Units are starting to join up here for Maru. Second tank is gonna be brutalizing, and he's gonna siege up in a very far away location, so it's gonna be hard for him to jump on that. Charge is being coned out. He's just gonna jump on the tank on the left side. Very nice play by Hero, jumping on that exposed tank. Maru was not covering well enough. We are gonna see a bit of an awkward moment here. He's gonna go right in. Is that the right play here to go right in here? We're gonna see this unit, this tank on the high ground, getting cooked here by the Immortal, and Maru just types out GG. Feels like he bled out way too many tanks here with his push, and Maru just gets crushed in this one base opening. Does feel like Maru just, his control wasn't as good as we have come to expect from him, and like, yeah, I just think Hero handled that all very well. Maybe going for a one base all in on Taito Citadel is also a bit suspect, because like, it's a very big map, so it's very hard to get your units across. That really made it hard for Maru to get into a good position in time, before charge, before Immortals, before blink and all that. So yeah, well done by Hero. So that means Team Shin has taken the first set against all odds. I think the odds were 66% in favor of Team Rogue, but somehow Hero just pretty much carrying his team on his back there. Wins the ace match, wins his individual game as well. Really well done. Hero is just too good, says the chatter. I agree with that. And we have, yeah, so we're at the end of our first set here, and we're going to move on to the second set. But before we do that, I just want to bring up the Patreon once again. It's thanks to our Patreon supporters that we have this event happening, and there's going to be GSL Code S shortly in the future. And that's all thanks to the Patreon. So if you want to support GSL, please check out the Patreon. And if we reach certain funding goals for the Patreon, we're actually going to have like potentially more seasons of GSL Code S and more GSL CKs. So there's a lot of in store for the future of Soup and StarCraft 2. And yeah, just shout out to all our Patreon supporters. And if you haven't looked at the Patreon page yet, I hope you have a chance to check it out, because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. Alright, so we're going to the second set. It's been a very long first set because it went all the way to the ace match. But more games, more fun for the viewers. I'm going to order some food, I think, because I'm very hungry. So I might be eating a little bit during the second set, perhaps. Hope you guys will forgive me. But a man's gotta eat, am I right? Should I get a burger or should I get a bibimbap? Or should I get something else entirely? There's so many options. Burgers are good. I don't think anyone's ever gone wrong with a burger. Korean food is also really good though. What to do? Some of the most difficult decisions in my life. Just selecting what food to eat. Must be a good problem to have. Kinda wanna eat a burger though, I have to say. I also kinda wanna eat salmon. I love salmon. Probably my favorite food in the world is salmon. Salmon or burger? That is a difficult call right there. Salmon is definitely healthier. It's also more expensive. But that's fine. Alright. I get some salmon in UK, maybe. If there's a good place open. Oh man, they upgraded their prices so much though. I was gonna get salmon because the price used to be like the prices have went up so much lately. Like I haven't ordered in this from this place in like 3 weeks, and they went up by so much. Like it's insane. There's no way I'm getting it at that price. All right, burger it is. Inflation, man. Inflation gets the best of us. I hope I'm not missing out on any games. No. It's gonna be a little while before we start the second set. I think we just have to like select players and stuff, like who's gonna go first, etc. But we have a lobby now, so first map is gonna be Mothership. As I order my food here, let me just get some burgers. Wait, I can get a discount if I... Oh, the game is starting though. Forget my burger discount. I'm gonna try to get my burger discount. We're gonna have Solar versus Ragnarok on Mothership here. So we saw... This is actually a rematch of our earlier game. Hope it's showing on the screen. Okay, good. So, in the top left, playing for team... Wait, I forgot which team he's on. But he's on team... Wait, he's not on a team right now, but I mean in this team league here. He's representing Team Rogue. It is Solar. Solar here, losing out to his opponent earlier in the day. It's gonna be Shin, and he's representing himself as team captain of Team Shin. So Earlier we saw that Shin and Solar had a mirror match where they both played the same build, and Shin got the better of Solar in that case. So Solar perhaps looking for some revenge. It's gonna be hard or a bit tricky, I guess, because this map is a 3-player map, but it actually looks like both players are gonna scout each other right away. So they both guessed correctly in terms of where to scout. In fact, are they going to see each other in terms of their overlords? That would let each other know of their position right away. So actually, okay, these overlords actually pass each other without seeing each other. So at this point, neither player is really sure where they spawned, but they're going to find out soon enough. And otherwise, we have a pretty similar opening, maybe an exact mirror opening once again. So both players seem to like the same openings. And we saw in the last time, both players played a mirror opening, but Shin got ahead because he got a really nice baiting connection early on. So we're going to have to see how these players find the imbalance in the position. Maybe using the word imbalance isn't really good here in StarCraft 2, because it makes me think of like all the imbalance talks, but rather, how are we going to make this game not mirrored? Like, how are we going to make this game different? How are we going to get an advantage in a mirror setting? It's going to be very difficult. Both players need to think of something, but it's hard in the first couple of minutes. Shin here. Both players just getting speed. Nothing really unusual going on. We do see the third base here at the exact same time for both players. So yeah, just a pretty much an exact mirror opening so far. Sometimes we will see players like skip the bailing nest. Perhaps we'll see a deviation in that sense, but both players going for a safety bailing nest here, so no deviation in that case either. Both players just playing the same build as last time. I do believe last time we saw Shin get the quicker evolution bay, or evolution, whatever it's called, the upgrade thing. And that actually gave him an upgrade lead, which led to a very strong timing by Shin. So that was how Shin converted, or got himself an advantage last time. We'll have to see if he goes for something similar. But so far, nothing really happening here. Both players trying to scout each other a little bit with like a Ling run line, but again, not much. Both players even making a creep tumor at the exact same time. So you can see like how at the pro level, everyone just has these builds on lock and are executing at the exact same perfect level. 11 drones being built by Solar here. Meanwhile, we see a Roach Warren. So this is actually the first variation here in this game. I mean, it's not a big difference, right? Like this Roach Warren is like 10 seconds faster than Solar's, but it's hidden. So to me, this signifies that Shin might want to go for a surprise Roach attack because he's hiding his Roach Warren. But this also could just be like a minor mind game, and we could be reading into it too much. Evo Chambers at the exact same time. Actually a layer here first for Shin. So to me, it does feel like Shin wants to get aggressive early on, maybe with like a quicker Roach speed. But it's not clear yet how he wants to go about this. This could even be mutas, of course. We see defensive bailing from Shin here again. So neither player really looking to make big Ling Bane pressure, or maybe actually hold up. +1 melee coming up here from Shin, and 10 Lings on production. So maybe Shin is actually going for something a little bit unusual here, trying to break free from this mirror pattern. I mean, these are a lot of Lings actually, but Solar already building some Roaches, which should deal with Lings pretty nicely. Shin going back into the droning, so he's not like gonna commit on a +1 attack or anything. This is just a light pressure. We did see this in the last game as well, so nothing too crazy. I do think this +1 melee suggests the Spire, which makes a lot of sense. So this is gonna be like a mass Ling muta game from Shin versus the standard Roach play from Solar. It's gonna be interesting to see how these different variations play against each other. See, even a spine crawler from Ragnarok, is that a bit of just like hey, I'm going mutas, so I could be vulnerable to something? I'm not entirely sure. We see Overlord speed coming from Solar here as well. He wants to scout the Spire ASAP. But the Spire's already like very quickly approaching completion because there was of course a patch which made the Spire build a little quicker and a little bit cheaper and stuff like that. So Solar really needs to get on scouting this. Has he actually scouted this at all? If we go to Solar's, the Diva.
Terrible damage.
If we go to Solar's vision here, like he hasn't scouted the mutas. That's very dangerous. 7 mutas on the way here, and we don't see a Hydrogen or counter Spire or Spores going up here for Solar. So Solar is completely blind to this attack. Oh, okay. We do see the Hydrogen finally. Is that going to be a little bit late though? I feel like these drones could be under pressure before these Hydras are out. So I'm a little bit worried here for Solar. Okay, he does scout the mutas now. We do see Spores, so this is going to be fine for Solar. So maybe it's going to be okay. We do see Baneling speed as well. So Shin going for that very interesting style here where he's going to be pressuring his opponent with Mutalisk Ling Bane. Not an army comp you typically see in ZVZ, but we have seen it before. These Banelings do counter Hydras, so that's why you want to get Banelings as well. And his Roach is just kind of getting bullied because you don't have any anti-air yet. Spore Caller does not get finished. This Spore is very late as well, by the way. Solar not really quite respecting these mutas, I feel like. He's going to take some damage here, and these units are just getting picked off one by one. Enough Hydras here eventually to solve the situation. We do see a Lurker Den as well. This Lurker Den will counter the Banelings eventually, so that's a good way to eventually get into a better army composition as Solar. But Solar, his units are like on the map versus mutas. He's gonna get a lot of free value. Shin actually trying to jump this army. Is this an overcommitment maybe? I think it is. Shin realizing that fight was not going to go well for him, just decides to take a step back. Is this the Hydra count necessary to defend this? I don't know. There's a Spore and Queens here to defend, but these Hydras are getting picked off. I think Solar needed to chill a little bit more before engaging into these mutas. He needed a higher Hydra count. Oh, these Queens are also getting jumped on. This is so annoying for Solar. A lot of these Mutalisks are low HP, but oh, these Queens are. What are these Queens doing? Oh no, the Lurker Den also is going to be under pressure here. Spore Caller trying to defend it, but it's too late. The Lurker Den does go down, and this is looking very devastating here for Solar. He's going to try to rebuild it in a bit of a safer location, but there's so much damage being done, and behind this, it's not like Shin is doing nothing. He's getting Lings. He's getting so many Banelings. I think he wants to go for a big bust here onto Solar's army. Does he really have enough to defend? This is a huge army for Ragnarok, or for Shin here. Who is going to be able to win this fight? I feel like it's going to be Shin, unless we see some really beautiful splits. There's so many units collapsing here. Huge Baneling counts coming into these Hydras. We need to see some perfect splits from Solar. Some nice splits actually going off, but is it enough? The Hydra count has been reduced dramatically here, and these mutas are going to come swooping and kill all of these Hydras. There's no more anti-air left. That's the real issue here. And Solar, once again, is going to get taken out by Shin. Shin seemingly just has Solar's number. Shin once again somehow finding a way to get the upper hand in a mirror build is yeah, really well played. So we are going to see Team Shin take the 1-0 lead in the second set. And this means that next game Shin will also play because it's all kill format. So until Shin loses, he's going to keep playing. And I actually have some interesting news to share with my viewers here. So I posted in the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, maybe you'll find this link perhaps in the comment section. I'm not sure, but basically it's an announcement about GSL. So it's all in Korean, this link, so I guess you just have to translate it. But wait, No, this is something else. Fuck. Wait, okay, I don't know what this is because it's all in Korean. It's like not letting me translate. I think this is actually the qualifiers for GSL. Okay, so this is the qualifier for GSL. So this probably doesn't apply to most of the viewers, but if you want to try and qualify for GSL, this is how you would go about it. And you would have to be Korean, or you'd have to be residing in Korea, I think. So there would be not easy to do for most of the viewers, but this is the information for GSL qualifiers, which of course means there will be season 1 shortly. But I thought that this was just an announcement in general, but this is like more for players, so probably shouldn't be sharing that. No, not useful for me to share it, but regardless, in case you want to take a look at the qualifier information, there it is. Anyways, it's a public announcement, so whatever. But yeah, very, very exciting stuff. Like, I'm definitely going to participate in the GSL qualifiers myself, so if you're a fan of me, which I hope you are, you can cheer for me in the GSL qualifiers. I don't think I'm going to be casting the GSL. I think we're going to leave that in the I'm not sure who's going to be casting GSL, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be me. I'm here for, like, you know, GSL CK is like for player personalities and stuff like that. So that's why I'm casting this. But I think for GSL Code S, we're going to have a bit more of a formal casting situation. So I mean, I read a lot of comments like, we really want to see, you know, that high quality production, and you guys are going to get it. Like, this is GSL CK is not meant to be like the super high quality production tournament. That's what GSL Code S is for. So really excited to participate myself as a player in GSL Code S, try to qualify, and yeah, hope you guys are happy to hear that, because I know a lot of people were really concerned, like, is there gonna be GSL Code S? Like, this GSL CK is nice, but it's not quite the same as the old GSL format. But yes, there will be. So hope you guys are as excited about that as I am. Gonna turn on the AC. It's so hot today. I don't really want to talk about the weather, but I just have to mention, like, it went from being like 5 degrees outside to like 30 degrees, like 25 degrees in like 2 days here in Seoul. So I don't know what's going on with the weather these days, but it's feeling very warm right now in my room. So a lot to look forward to here. You know, these days it's been very tough, of course, for StarCraft 2 scene without EWC and stuff, and a lot of teams dropping players. Of course, it really hurts. But we have Soup here, still continuing to support StarCraft 2. So just want to show my gratitude towards Soup and the Patreon, of course, the Patreon supporters who allowed all this to happen. So yeah, really excited to participate in some tournaments myself. And hopefully I'll be able to continue casting GSL CK as well. As a side, as kind of like a side project for me, I suppose. I also do have my own YouTube channel where I don't cast games, but I just go over games like analytically. So if you guys have a chance to check that out, I think that'd also be really cool for me to get some love there if you guys have time, or if you're interested in that kind of content anyways. But this is about the GSL CK, and I think we're gonna head into our second match shortly. I think the reason why it may take a little bit more time between matches right now is because the teams get to decide who to send out, and right now they need to think about who are they going to send out against Shin. And there's a lot of good options there. But Shin is a dangerous player. Like, do you want to risk, like, do you want to risk sending out Maru to beat Shin? Like, Maru obviously has an extremely good record against Shin, but then you're gonna have Maru get maybe countered by Hero next or something like that. So you have to consider like who do you want to send out? Do you really want to send out your best player right away, or play it a bit more cautiously? But I see Maru in the lobby, so it looks like they're gonna just send out the highest percent chance of beating Shin, which is gonna be Maru, of course. If you don't know already, Maru has like an insane record against Shin, like actually unbelievable record against Shin. I think it's like 30. Like, I don't think Shin has beaten Maru in a series in like 5 years or something. Like, it is that ridiculous. So I think sending Maru here is a pretty safe bet. But in the best of one, like, honestly, anything can happen. And Maru did not look too hot against Hero earlier as well, I have to say. And we're gonna be loading up onto Tourmaline here. So this is like one of the smallest maps in the map pool, and it's gonna be Maru versus Shin. I guess I can do the player introductions like that. So, in the top right, representing on side, it is Maru, and he's gonna be playing for Team Rogue. I'm pretty sure about that. And I think it's Team Rogue that's... No, it's Ragnarok that's up 1-0. And in the bottom left, he used to be called Ragnarok, then he switched to Shin. Now, I guess he's back to Ragnarok. It is Ragnarok / Shin. I have no idea what to call him, but I believe we're still calling him Shin for now. And he is a team captain for... Well, he's a team captain, so he is still alive as a team captain for his team. He beat Sola earlier, so he's going to keep going until he loses. And Team Rogue. Team Rogue has sent out Maru to defeat Shin. But it's going to be a disaster if Maru actually loses this. So, very important matchup. Like, if you lose your ace player right away, that would be quite something. So, it's going to be important Maru locks in here. Shin actually going for a gasless opening so far. So that's quite interesting. He probably will get... Okay, let's see if he gets gas, like now or something. Like, it's very unusual to play gasless in this meta, I feel like. He's actually going to go full gasless there. Like, he's not even go for a late gas. Okay, he's going to go for quite a late gas. Like 17 on the minerals and then gas. So this means that he's going to have a really late ling speed and stuff like that. But he's going to have a higher mineral count, which means quicker third base and maybe like more queens and stuff like that. So there's a bit of a trade-off there. SAV scout coming out here from Maru. I do not blame him for SAV scouting Shin. Shin is a bit of a cheesy boy. And this is also a very short map. So on short maps you need to be a bit more careful about the cheeses and stuff like that. Of course we just see the expansion follow from Maru. There's no other real build that you can follow this up with. Actually, if Maru went for like 2 racks Reaper, this is actually a real build that people used to play a lot, like last year. Is getting like a 2 racks wall here with like 5 Reapers or so. And then getting a late base behind it, but we don't really see that anymore. So this is like pretty much the only opening we see these days. Other than maybe like CC first. It's just this Reaper opening into expand. And this Reaper is just going to try to deny like creep tumors, kill maybe a ling or 2. And eventually pair up with Hellions is usually the follow-up. And these Reaper Hellions are just going to take control of the map. And we're going to see possibly a starport here from Maru. Let's see what he goes for. Okay, he's going to go for a second barracks. So those are the two main options for Terran. Is to either go for starport, which usually leads to Banshees, or you go for a second barracks, and this is basically 2-on-1. So this is the classic 2-on-1 build where you go 2 medevacs, 16 marines, and you start applying some pressure. Of course, this is a very difficult build. It's a 3cc version of it. So you have to macro at home while pressuring your opponents. Maru opting for only 2 Hellions. Now, I've been told that you should go 4 Hellions, usually. So Maru is opting for only 2, which means he gets to just have more minerals. Perhaps this means like quicker eBays or I'm not sure exactly. But most players, I think, usually go 4 Hellions for this build. Maru has decided he doesn't need that many Hellions. Especially against Gasless, right? Like, against Gasless Zerg or like a late gas from Zerg, you might be expecting like roaches or something. So maybe you don't want to invest too much into Hellions against this, which is a nice little adjustment for Maru. So Maru is cutting out the Hellions. Not going to be very useful against this Roach Warren, so that makes a lot of sense. And it's just going to go into Marine production right away. Evolution Chamber coming here from Shin as well, so probably not going to be some kind of weird all-in from Shin if he's going for this. Hellions getting caught out. This is kind of the problem with only 2 Hellions as well, is that 2 Hellions can get easily caught out by Lynx. But Maru does a good job saving them here, and in the end, a pretty good trade for Maru. He only lost... Wait, what did he even lose that was worth 100 minerals? He lost a Reaper, that's what he lost. So he did lose a Reaper, but he saved his 2 Hellions. In exchange, he killed quite a few Lynx. And we see the armor upgrade. So this is very interesting. So yeah, I do think Shin here is looking to go for some kind of a timing based on the fact that he's not joining up and he's only going 1 Evo armor. So this is going to be like a 1 Evo timing attack, and Maru actually scanning the natural of Shin. So this is a move that no other Terran player would do, honestly. Like it's so expensive to scan your opponent, so most players just won't do it. But Maru, I think he feels really confident that he can win this game as long as he has the info that he needs and doesn't get, like, let's say, scammed, basically, by something unusual. So he scans and he sees the Roach Warren. And at this point, he's already going to go tank production, of course, is the counter. And to me, it looks like Shin is thinking about getting a timing onto Maru's third base. So when Maru takes his third base, Shin will be looking to do some kind of pressure at that point. We actually do see a second Evo though, so maybe Shin is thinking that he wants to change his mind after all. He just wants to go for the macro game. It did seem to me like initially he wanted to do something aggressive, but maybe he changed his mind after the scan, like, okay, my opponent already knows what I'm doing, I don't want to like overcommit. Maru, he's gonna finally get some movement onto the map. Gonna boost right into the main, but there's a Spore Coil waiting right for him. This is very dangerous for Maru actually. His medevac is already low HP. And this medevac needs to stay alive if he wants to get out. He does keep it alive for now. But there's a lot of roaches here. Kills the queen. That's very smart by Maru. You want to kill the queen because that's the only anti-air here. Roaches cannot kill the medevac. And yeah, like Maru somehow, from a bad start, gets out with a pretty decent amount of his units. And kills 4 drones. So I think that was well handled by Maru considering the fact that he just ran into a Spore. But probably the best case scenario there was to just run away from the first place when you see that Spore. Maru playing pretty confidently here, to say the least. And we don't really see a transition from Shin. Like, we don't see Infestation Pit, we don't see Baleen Nest, or Hydroden or anything like that. We just see pure roaches and 11 Ravagers coming down here. So Shin is thinking of attacking after all. Can Maru hold on? I feel like Maru is the very best in the world when it comes to dealing with these kinds of roach all-ins. I've seen him hold over and over again, so is Shin really going to be able to make something happen here? Like, this is a pretty strong, like, setup here from Maru. He has so many tanks here, and these depots act as sort of like a, let's say, a meat shield for his tanks. Maru scanned in here. He's going to counterattack at the same time. This is so annoying for Shin. Like, all of his reinforcements are cut off. Does Shin go back, or does he attack? He has to make a choice. He's going to attack, but there's so many tanks here. He's already pulling the boys. Very smart by Maru. He recognizes how dangerous the situation is here. Maybe these units not being home is a big deal after all. 1 tanks get bottled right away. And there's not that many Marines here for Maru. He's going to pick up his tanks and try to get out. That's such a crazy move. He does get out with his tanks. Another tank here on the high ground here. Shin going to kill that low HP tank. This third base is forfeit. And Maru in an absolutely disastrous position here. Does this tank get bio down? Only 1 bio lands. Shin, he's gonna he thinks like he has to do more damage, but I'm not sure about that. Like he's droning behind it, so I think Shin is pretty satisfied with the damage already, and is just going to yeah, he's just gonna like take his profits and go into the late game. I would love to see like infestation pits. Yeah, and there is infestation pit as well. So Shin, he's happy with the profits and he's just gonna take back in the back at home. I think I've seen so many players try to bust Maru completely, and this is where things can go wrong. Maybe Shin here is playing a little bit too good. Nah, Shin's got this, and this is just an overwhelming lead, and it seems that Maru just shouldn't have had all of his units home here. Maru gets taken out by Shin in like what feels like the first time in forever. I have not seen Maru. I mean, this was technically just a best of one, but I think even among best of ones, Shin has not beaten Maru in a long time. So this is kind of like a historic moment here for Shin. And Maru, despite the fact that his team sent him out to take out Shin, to snipe Shin, Shin is the one who ends up winning in the end, very decisively even. So yeah, really well done by Shin, and I'm gonna BRB actually. I need to get my food. But yeah, very exciting that Shin has overcome the curse of Maru and has won this best of one for his team. Hello guys, so my food has arrived. Maybe I can show the stream my food. So to start us off, I got this nice, I don't know if you guys know what halabong is, but basically, if you guys know what Jeju is, it's Jeju Island. They have like a orange there that grows only on Jeju Island. It's called halabong, I think. And so basically I have orange aid here. I have orange aid here that's made from the Jeju Island fruit. So I got that for myself. And we're actually going to game here, so I'll switch over. But I also got burger and fries, which is a classic. Speaking of never mind. I thought Classic was playing for some reason, but he was just in the lobby for no reason again. But anyways, in the bottom left, team captain sent to snipe out Shin, who is also the team captain. It is Rogue. And in the top right, the team captain and just defeated Maru and Solar, it is Shin. Absolutely the MVP so far, taking out two extremely important members of Team Rogue. And Rogue is like, what is my team doing? Like, I need to step in and deal with this guy myself. And I do kind of trust Rogue to do it. Like, Rogue has been playing so well lately. So Rogue clearly thinks that he can snipe Shin here. But I feel like Shin is such a ZVZ expert, so it's not going to be easy. Man, I was so hungry. Apologies, but I'm going to eat a little bit of food. No french fries, man. Honestly, potatoes are like so goated. Like, I truly believe potatoes are the best vegetable in the world, probably. Like, they're healthy, they're easy to like grow and stuff. They're so tasty. There's so many ways to use them. They're very satiating. Potatoes are just so goated. Let me tell you that. So, okay, actually we already have a deviation in the builds here. Enough talk about potatoes. Let's talk about this game. Shin here has a way later link speed than Rogue here. So this is already like different builds right from the get-go. We do see Rogue has a higher mineral count here. So I think that's because... Wait, why is that? He has link speed and he... Okay, he's going for a hatchery here, so... Yeah, I can't really quite understand all the nuances of early game ZVZ. But it does feel like... it does feel like to me that Rogue is playing the more standard build. I think. Because he's going for a third base, which is pretty normal, and it doesn't seem like Shin is taking a third base at all. In fact, he's floating a lot of gas, so I don't think this is like a noob float. Like, he's not floating because he's bad at the game, but he's floating because he has a plan in mind. Like, he wants to do something really weird. But it's hard to say. What's really weird actually is a Rogue. He's going for like a super insane link flood here. So many links in production, and he's just gonna send it, I think. But a full wall already from Shin. Man, Shin is so smart. Like, Shin has saw nothing and he's already building a full wall and not even taking third base. Like, this guy knows everything that's up. So Shin probably sees all the links with the Overlord and he's like super happy with his position. Is what I want to say, but he's not building any units. Like, has he actually seen the link move out with his Overlord? Maybe he missed it. These links are at the front and we still don't see any units being produced. Shin trying to build some roaches now. Is he gonna survive this link flood? I don't know, man. Like, the roaches are so late, but Shin is doing a really nice job building a wall behind this. These broodlings are also spawning, being kind of a nuisance. This roach horde is gonna fall. That's a very important structure to keep alive. Spine crawler is gonna be built to try to block this. Can the spine crawler hold health here? It's gonna die, but the roaches are also out. Is this good enough for Rogue? I think he's already thinking of droning out because he's starting some drones here. But is this really enough damage for Rogue? I don't think so. His worker count's in the dumps. Shin just defending this very easily. And to me, it just feels like Shin, he just knows like everything. Like, he had the perfect setup to deal with this build. And despite the fact that he was seemingly not, you know, like, respecting this push that much, he easily defends. So it seems like Shin just knows what's up. Yeah, he does have 4 evos now. Now he can get 3 upgrades at the same time. But obviously these evos are still going to be useful as a wall here against all these links. And even though he built all these evos, he's up 4 workers and he has layer tech. And he, of course, he has +1 on the way. So it's going to be really hard for Rogue to... No, not Rogue, sorry. Shin to do anything. And yeah, honestly, like, it's so confusing to me, this game, a little bit, because Rogue plays under the name Ragnarok on Europe. So to me, this looks like Rogue versus Rogue almost. But anyways, I wonder if one of those should have been a second Roach Warren. But maybe not, because Evolution Chambers are cheaper, and he just needed to make the cheapest, strongest wall possible. So that's why he went for just Evos. Because he knows he just needs to defend to win. But like, maybe if he was playing perfectly, he could have got a Roach Warren if he had enough money for it. But he was just thinking about surviving there, and that was the crucial point. We do see a Rogue supply still looking like not bad relatively, but that's because he's not really investing into all these upgrades, right? Like, he has no double upgrade, he has no roach speed. He's going like Mastling Ravager, which is a very all-in strategy. So Rogue's supply looks good, but he's very committed, that's why. And he has to try to make some magic happen here. Seems like Shin just does not give a crap about making a third base. He knows what's up again. And he's just gonna chill in his base. It's so smart from Shin. He knows that he just needs to survive this attack if he wants to win. Rogue, he's gonna try to bust down this wall. But that takes so long, and by then, Shin is gonna have all these upgrades. He's gonna have roach speed. He's gonna have so many roaches. Shin even saying, hey, like, I don't care about your lings, man. Like, my army is way better than you. I'm gonna break down my own wall and kill you. But he does have to be a little bit careful against these Ravagers. Some nasty bios here could make a big difference. These bios kind of land on a few roaches, but not too much, honestly. And if we look at the army quality for Shin is much higher. These lings are not very high army quality units. The longer this goes, the worse it gets. Shin trying to make a bit of a move out here. He gets a nice surround. Rogue getting a very beautiful surround on these roaches, but there's still so many roaches remaining. Is this good enough for Rogue? The supplies are still even, but it's starting to slip a little bit for Rogue. These roaches do get trapped once again. Can he get out? This bios land very nicely once again, but there's just so many more roaches behind this. Can't just really keep working. The Ravagers are getting sniped. Really nice micro from Shin, and it looks like Rogue here is just getting completely demolished in his all-in. Shin is just making it look easy against everyone, man. This guy is just cracked. And Rogue, yeah, I mean, what can you do except keep committing to the same stuff? Like his lair, like he doesn't even have a lair. Versus a guy who's had a lair for like 10 minutes. This is just getting worse and worse, and Shin knows it. Like, look how patient Shin is being here. Like, you might think, like, after you defend your opponent's all-in that you can just come across the map and win the game, and to be fair, maybe he can do that, but Shin doesn't mind just, like, playing this a bit cautiously. Like, he has the confidence to just say, okay, I'm just gonna keep macroing up, and if you want to keep attacking me, that's fine by me. So I think Shin has just played a really, really, really good game here. Rogue trying to be tricky with the all-ins. It doesn't work when you play someone who's just playing really solid. And Shin, I would say Shin is not known as like a super solid player. He's usually known to be like a bit of a trickster, a bit of a cheeser. But these last 3 games have been super solid out of Shin, so seems like Rogue's strategy is not working at all here. And you can see that Rogue, he knows he can't really beat Shin in a macro game at this point. You just have to keep committing to the same all-in. And he's really praying that Shin attacks him. This is what he wants. Rogue is just praying that Shin moves across the map, and then Rogue can somehow surround him and get an insane fight. But Shin does not care. Like, he's waiting till he gets an extremely heavy supply count. He's waiting for +2, and only then does he move out. And at this point, there's nothing you can do here as Rogue. Or is there? He's gonna try to Ling run by. Now that's a cute play. It does feel like Shin is thinking about this, so he has roaches on the ramp. Yeah, nice, beautiful positioning on the roaches there. But there are a lot of Lings here. You need to be a little bit careful. These Ravagers are gonna try to hold the ramp at the same time. We do see some Byons go down. You have to back away from that, but he's gonna come across the map now. One Byle is not really that scary. These Lings are getting pretty good damage, actually. This is like maybe the one possible way that Rogue can win. It's this beautiful counterattack, but he's getting wiped at the front here. Rogue had to give up control of the ramp and is now sending his forces across the map. Drones are being pulled away to safety, I guess, but where is safety? These Lings are kind of doing damage, actually. This is getting a bit hectic and a bit chaotic, which is not what you like to see as Shin. But at the end of the day, I think he's handling this pretty well. These drones are in a bit of trouble here, but these Ravagers are not the best fighting units. Maybe these roaches can actually fight these Ravagers here. Some roaches coming back home as well. These Lings are getting on top of absolutely everything, but at the same time, Rogue is dying. This fight here has gone very poorly for Rogue, and it looks like Rogue is just going to have to tap out. Really well done by Shin. Shin is just an absolute animal, man. Maybe I can use some more food now. Got some French fries. The French fries are so good. Just gonna wait for the next game here. The teams have not decided yet, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to eat some food. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why my camera is over there, but looks like Team Rogue has decided to send out this blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is classic. And the man who just cannot be stopped today is the team captain. It is Shin. So Team Rogue has finally decided that they need a Protoss player to stop the power of Shin. And I think that's a pretty good call. Shin not gonna do anything crazy. Opens up with a hatchery first. Classic also not doing anything crazy. He's playing like the safest opening, which is the Gateway Scout. Sometimes you can go for like a hatchery block or no scout at all. But Classic is just gonna do the very standard way to play. Nexus here coming down for Classic. So we're just gonna go into a pretty standard game here, I suspect. Usually we will see Protoss players follow this up with Stargate and an Oracle. Or Void Ray sometimes. I do feel like Classic is the right person to stop Shin here. We did see Classic demolish absolutely everybody in one of the GSL CKs earlier. And Classic has always had a very strong PvZ winning percentage. And yep, we're just gonna see the Stargate come out here for Classic. You see this probe trying to be a little bit annoying. Basically, you're trying to like block the third base from going down too easily, but it's hard to do against Lynx. And interestingly, we do see Shin here go for, well, I guess it's pretty normal, but I do feel like his third hatchery is later than some other players' third hatchery, so I think his build order is just a little bit different. I think he wants to just get that really quick second queen out to protect against the Adepts, potentially, or later on the Oracles. Second Adept just staying at home. So the Classic not really going for any like crazy 2 Adept pressure at the start. He's just gonna play this very, very passively. Oracle on the way here for Classic. We're not going to see like a Void Ray opening, which is sometimes played just to deny scouting, but Classic here going for the more standard opening here with Oracle. 2 Oracles even. And we see Shin pretty ready for that, right? Like he has a lot of queens already, and the Spore Crawlers are, one of them is already done and the other one's about to finish up, so nothing really that Classic can do here with the first Oracle. But he is going to pair up with 2 Oracles in a moment here. And that's where we may see some real damage begin to happen. Of course, 2 Oracles can one-shot workers, so this is where Shin needs to be very, very clean here if he wants to prevent a lot of damage from happening. 1 drone here already getting sniped right away. 2 drones getting sniped, 3 drones getting sniped. Classic with some very clean Oracle control there. Gets 3 drones right off the bat. So yeah, not too bad of a start here. Actually gonna get 4 drones. Classic here, getting very adventurous with his Oracles, but gets away with it. Shin maybe just a little bit loose on his defense there. And we have a very interesting build here from Classic. He's gonna go Glaze and +1, so I think this is a bit of a mind game. So normally you don't see Glaze with a Forge because the +1 doesn't really help that much with Adepts, but I mean, if Shin sees this, he's not thinking glaives, because no one ever gets +1 with the glaives. He's thinking like blink or charge. So these glaives can really throw Shin off guard here, because of this mind game. So even though Shin scouted everything, he doesn't actually know what's happening, which is kind of crazy to think about. So Shin is kind of reading this as like blink, pretty much. That's why we see the Eva Chamber. Let's see if it goes like +1 melee, and that would pretty much suggest to me that he doesn't know what's up. But he's actually gonna go +1 range attack. So this could be a pretty good situation for Shin after all, if he gets a lot of roaches. He is thinking of getting Hydras. So to me, this also looks like Shin wants to eventually do a Roach Hydra attack, which is like a common move that Shin likes to do, which might inadvertently really work out for Shin here. I mean, I think Classic was kind of hoping that Shin would see all this and go +1 melee and mass link. That's not really what's happening here. So it's very interesting to see how this will work out for Classic. This might be very dangerous for Classic. He is going to move out now. I'm not sure if Shin has spotted this yet. I think he has now. Are there enough roaches here for Shin to defend this? I'm not too sure. Nice full wall here from Shin. Gonna prevent the depths from getting in right away. Finishes a shade right onto these roaches. This is a very adventurous move from Classic. Is it gonna pay off? Oracles are getting deflected by queens. Roaches, adepts are kind of stuck, but they are gonna find a way out and collect a drone on the way out. That's a very nice start for Classic, actually. Somehow making this work, but it gets only harder from here as more roaches pop out. He's gonna commit to the shade once again, but there's a bunch of roaches waiting for him. Is this a good shade from Classic? These adepts doing surprisingly well with their +1 attack. So this could be a decent situation for Classic after all. These oracles coming back in, still being annoying, but this is a pretty committed move from Classic. This eBay got finished, so now these units are stuck and unable to help. These glaives are just kind of sniping queens as well. He's gonna go in there. No, you don't do that, Classic. Yeah, he's gonna cancel that shade and he just gets out. So Classic, I mean, he didn't kill that many workers, but he did cause a lot of chaos there. And Shin had to spend a lot of money to just react to that. And now he's kind of stuck on a mass roach army. And Classic is following up with the counter, which is Blink Stalkers. So in the end, like, this was a pretty even trade, I would say. Somehow it turned out to be pretty even, but if Shin decides to all in here, which it kind of looks like he is, because he's not building any drones, he's not teching up, he would be all-in straight into like mass stalkers, which is the last thing you want to do. I think Shin really needs to reconsider this, to be honest. Like, this is not gonna work. 2, even 3 batteries here at the third base, but Shin, he's so decisive, but is this decisiveness gonna hurt him here? Blink is just finished now, so it's gonna be some nice blinks here from Classic. And this concave is just so strong from Classic. Even blinks forward because he has that much confidence. And Shin, he decides that this is not going to work. And he knows it's not going to work. Decides to drone up a little bit. Get into Hydras instead of Roaches. But he still needs to get some kind of tech to counter these Stalkers. And he's going to go for an Infestation Pit. I do think eventually Shin will be looking to get into Lurkers. But that's so long away. So Classic might have a bit of a kill timing before these Lurkers are out. It's going to be very difficult for Shin to macro himself out of this, but maybe it's possible because his supply is looking pretty healthy here at least. Storm following up here for Classic. Storm being the natural counter to all Zerg armies pretty much, so you always see Storm in PvZ. And we do see the Lurker Den on the way. But this is a very early Lurker Den, like there's no Hive yet, so that means we won't see Lurker upgrades for a while. Shin, he is maxed out, so he wants to make something happen. He wants to at least try to deny this 4th base. I do think he will deny it. But he's gonna have to pay the price in terms, and he's gonna have to fight here, which could be very dangerous. These storms are landing pretty decently on the army, but honestly, like, in some sense the storms even hit himself on the Zealoth, so Shin is making surprisingly good progress here. was just Roach Hydra, but I do think he needs to get out now. This is getting a bit dangerous. But I think Shin has accomplished his goal here pretty much. This has forced Classic to make a lot of Stalkers, and the Lurkers should counter Stalkers, so we will eventually see if these Stalkers look pretty bad. But he's gonna lose all of his units. I feel like he should have tried to get out earlier. He said he's gonna stick around and fight. Is this really a good idea by Shin? He's bleeding out so many Hydras. Feels like he could have maybe tried to get out there instead of fighting like this. He's gonna try to jump on this army once more. But there's just so many Stalkers here. I feel like this is just not a good trade for Shin. Resources lost tells us that Shin is about 2,000 resources behind. It's not the end of the world though. Like, he did at least kill the 4th base, so that really slows down Classic's economy. And we do see the Lurker transition coming. So if Classic, his Stalkers are going to become very weak in a moment here. So these Stalkers that have been controlling the whole game for a while now are going to lose their power spike in a moment. So that is the good news for Shin. The bad news is that Classic is not, no amateur player. He's going to stop making Stalkers and start getting to better units. We already see some more High Templar, we see Zealots, we see Immortals. All coming along the way. Second Robo on the way as well for more Immortals. And we see even a Prism Harass, so this is going to be annoying for Shin to deal with. He's going to lose a Queen. Classic not really paying attention though. He could have killed the Queen and got out with everything, so a bit of a sloppy error. Not the cleanest play. But is this enough Lurkers to actually defend himself? Like, I know he wants to get into a nice position, but his forward blink is very scary. Who's going to win this fight? Storms are landing onto the Lurkers. Shin gets out of there. And this is a very important position for Classic to hold on to, because these probes are all going to get hit from the other side of the river, basically. I think we need to see Lurkers a bit closer before they can start hitting the probes. And this is so annoying. Without Tempest here for Classic, this is going to be very annoying to deal with. But can he hold on to this position? It does seem like for the moment, he is going to be able to deny the mining. And all of a sudden, Shin's supply actually does not look too bad here. Classic is still struggling to max out. Tempests are finally on the way. Once these Tempests get out, this game will change completely. But Shin is not going to give him time to get there. He's going to go for the attack right away. Link Stalker is trying to deal with the Ling. Storms are landing pretty nicely. These are some beautiful storms onto the Zerg army. Shin kind of eating those storms for breakfast there. Gonna morph those low HP Hydras into Lurkers to recover the HP, so that's a very smart play from Shin. But, yeah, it's hard to say who's gonna win this fight. These Roaches are kind of just doing nothing. I would say almost just derping out there. Can Classic just fight into these Lurkers? That is the real question here. I think he's gonna try, but there's so many more Lurkers here. Those Hydra morphs have finally finished. Tempests have finally showed up as well. Tempest will counter everything eventually, but it takes a while. The 3rd base is going to go down for Classic. Shin looking to be in a very strong position after killing the 3rd base, but the supplies are also pretty low for both players. Neither player can be completely comfortable here, especially with these Tempests hitting the field. And Shin continuously just bleeding out units. Like, these units are just kind of rallying into their deaths. For Shin trying to distract for a secondary attack onto this base. Classic absolutely must hold on to this base. If he loses this base, it's pretty much his last full mining base gone. So Shin is trying his best to get rid of it. Is it going to really be possible though? Hydra's trying to target onto that Nexus, but the Lurkers aren't really forward enough, I feel like, to guard these Hydras. Lurkers going to jump a bit closer forward. I feel like there's just not enough Lurkers. Maybe Classic can just jump on this. My mouse ran out of battery! My mouse ran out of battery, so we're just gonna have to watch this fight here. But there's also a fight going on in the natural of Classic as I try to repower my mouse. This is quite something. Just repower now. Lurkers into the main. Shin is causing a lot of chaos here. Classic forced to give up his base because of the chaos Shin has caused. I feel like that's a huge mistake by Classic to let that happen. He hasn't even rebuilt this base yet, so he's stuck on like a 1 base economy pretty much. Maybe even half a base of economy left remaining for Classic. His army is still very powerful though. Shin cannot breathe easily yet, because this is still an extremely terrifying army that Classic has. I think if Shin can just max out on Corruptor Lurker, he will definitely hold. But before he gets there, there's a bit of a timing for Shin, or for Classic, sorry. Classic Shin trying to defend on the low ground here. wants to create a lurker concave, which is a very smart idea. Classic, he's gonna just poke forward at these drones here. Maybe he's being a bit too passive. I think Classic is still under the impression that he can macro his way out of this. But I don't know if that's true. Like, these bases are like not even anywhere near done. This gives Shin a lot of time to get Corruptors out, which is the counter to the Tempest. This is looking very dicey. Even gonna lose the Tempest. Classic not quite controlling his army perfectly there. Shin still thinking about the counterattacks here. He scouts that this base is on the way. He might eventually scout that as well. Classic here. Gonna try to jump on these Hydras, but a nice Hydra dash to get out of harm's way. Shin really making use of all the Zerg abilities there. Lurker counterattack to deny this base is really smart as well. It's gonna put Classic all in here, but does that leave enough defenses at home for Shin? That is the real question here. Only 3 Lurkers here does not feel like that many. Oh, these Lurkers are in big trouble. They do run away now. I think the Corruptors are going to be able to get on these Tempests here. That's very big if you kill all of these Tempests. There's not much to counter the Lurkers here. Classic is losing an Archon on the other side of the map as well. That's a very big deal. So Tempests do all get taken out, but there's still a lot of Archons and Immortals here. Oh, but the Lynx round is so good from Shin. Is Shin doing it? Is Shin going to make 3 wins in a row? I didn't update the score, but I believe he's up 3-0 right now. And Classic's whole army gets wiped by Lurkers and Lings. These Archons do finish warping, but it's just too late. Lurkers are absolutely destroying this army, and Classic, he has to tap out. GG gets called. Shin continues his win streak and is now up 4-0. Shin so far defeating Solar, Rogue, Maru, and now Classic. This is an absolutely monumental run from Shin so far. And I mean, at this point, Team Rogue is running out of players to even send. Do they even have players to send? Is Team Rogue just out after that, or do they have one more player left? Let's check. Team Rogue still can send out Zoun and Bunny. So those are the 2 remaining players for Team Rogue. Meanwhile, Team Shin has all their players still alive. So Zoun and Bunny basically need to beat the entirety of Team Shin, which is ByuN, Creator, Cure, Hero, Shin, and SOS. It's down to Zoun and Bunny versus pretty much the entire planet here. So it seems like in the end, the glaives didn't work out too well for Classic. They were not bad, but I would say Shin was like slightly ahead after the glaives. And then Classic committed to a lot of Stalkers to defend the all-in, which put him in trouble against the Lurkers eventually. So it was a close game, but Shin does it once more. And now we have to see Zoun. Zoun has joined the lobby, and he's going to have to try to take out Shin here. And honestly, I feel like Zoun has a very good shot, because Zoun is very good in PvZ. We've seen him beat Sarah before, we've seen him beat Raynor before. So he definitely has the capabilities to do this. But Shin has just been on fire, so... Is it really going to be... Maybe Shin is going to all-kill Team Rogue. That would be quite something. Quite unexpected. Alright, we are loading up into our game, potentially our second last game of the set. because Shin has so far defeated every single player on Team Rogue except for Zoun and Bunny. So Zoun here, he's gonna really have to stop Shin here if he wants to have any chance of winning this set. Otherwise, it's gonna be Bunny versus 7 different players that are all very good. But in the bottom left, I believe he's currently teamless, but he's the team captain in this event. He's up 4 games in a row. It is Shin. Oops. Let me fix that actually. Fuck. And in the top right, representing onside, he really needs to do this if he wants to win the set. It is Zoun. This is a very important game for Zoun. I don't think we've actually seen Zoun. No, we did see Zoun earlier against Hero, and Zoun looked very. Well, to be honest, Zoun looked pretty weak there. I mean, Hero won very convincingly. Of course, it is Hero, so I don't blame Zoun at all. But we do need to see a bit of a step up in performance if we want to see him beat Shin, who is just absolutely on a roll here. We do see Zoun already taking a bit more of a direct approach compared to Classic. He's blocked the hatchery here, but Shin responds with a pull first, which is unusual. So we already see a pull first from Shin. And then we see a late hatchery. So this is like one of the other ways you can deal with a hatchery block is you can go pull first. Most Zergs will just take a base here. But Shin decides that he doesn't like that and he wants to go for the pull first and then the hatchery. And he's going to add 4 lings. So these 4 lings are not here to like, you know, win the game for him. He's not going to try to like all in the opponent. But this kind of forces the Protoss to like maybe make a Zealot, maybe make a full wall earlier than they want to. So these things just add a bit of pressure to the Protoss player. And you do have to do something with like your pull first. If you go pull first, you're going to be behind on eco compared to taking your hatchery here. So he does want to get some value out of it. So that makes a lot of sense to me that he's getting 4 lings here, just for some pressure. Zoun here, he wants to defend these 4 lings without building a Zealot ideally, without building a battery ideally. So we are going to see him chrono this Adept out ASAP. And I think this is the right call. But it is going to be a little bit annoying because this ling will get in no matter what. But that's okay. I think that's okay for Zoun. He actually pulled 3 probes because he was worried that there were going to be like 6 lings maybe. So you can already see that the pull first is doing some mental damage to Zoun here. Scaring him a little bit. Sees his lings just chasing the probe here. But yeah, obviously not a committed build from Shin here. He's just going to drone up behind this. Third base coming up here for Shin now. And despite the fact that we saw gate, warp gate first, we see Stargate anyways. So typically most players would play Stargate and then get the warp gate upgrade. But Zoun's going for a bit of a mind game here where he gets the Stargate after the warp gates. So Shin still needs to scout this perhaps or be ready for it somehow. 2 adepts here trying to make something happen. We also saw Classic didn't go for the 2 adept move out, so Zoun here being a lot more proactive compared to Classic. But yeah, Shin has so many lings here, these 2 adepts definitely can't do anything. But even forcing out the lings is not too bad here. So I think Zoun can be happy enough with just going home here with these adepts and not killing anything. I think that's totally fine. Down here, of course, taking a 3rd base, which is the normal follow-up to Oracle. You can't really play like 2-base Oracle; it's not really a thing. And Shin getting spores, so he seems to be aware that Oracles are coming. Oracle number 1 here, trying to get some damage, but really nice queen positioning here, so nothing's gonna happen here for Zoun. Oracle has spotted everything as well. Oracle trying to maneuver itself into perhaps a better positioning, but it's very hard to find drone damage this early on. It was the first Oracle. Second Oracle coming into the fray here. Maybe with the second Oracle he can do something. It's not really moving yet though. And we see glaives again. That's very interesting because we saw Classic do glaives, but it didn't work at all. So like, clearly Zoun thinks that glaives is good against Shin, but Classic must have done it incorrectly in Zoun's eyes. And he's gonna show us how he would have done it. But so far, I mean, it looks like Shin is not cutting any corners, right? Like, he's building a Roach Warren, which is really good against Glaives. We do see a late Forge coming out of here for Zoun. So this tells us it's not really like a... Okay, he actually cancels the Glaives. I think Zoun was only thinking of going Glaives if Shin was cutting a corner, but the Oracle scouted the Roach Warren. So at this point, Zoun decides that it's not going to work and decides to cancel. So we could say that this is already a pretty good spot for Shin, because this blink is going to be quite late now. Still going to be able to put nice pressure on this 4th base, surprisingly though. He's going to have to cancel that. So Zoun somehow still making these adepts do something, you know? Still getting value. He's going to lose his depths though, which kind of sucks actually. Losing 4 depths hurts a lot. Actually, he's going to lose all 5. So Shin has played this pretty magnificently so far. Like he's just done everything well. Like canceling the 4th is not that big of a deal, so long as you get some counter damage for it. We see Storm here as the follow-up for Zoun. We're gonna see Blink into Storm, which is very standard in this matchup. But I really love what Shin is doing here with Aspire. So Mass Mutas can be a very surprisingly strong counter to Storm Blink because like High Templar is not that great against Mutas. Like of course if you can land the storms it's amazing, but usually what happens is your High Templar just gets jumped. So you realistically you would want Archons versus Aspire. Zoun of course tried to scout that. Did he see the Spire actually? Oh, that's very unlucky for Zoun. He went for a Revelation to scout, but he did not see the Spire, so that's quite rough. Shin taking this base is kind of insane, by the way. He wants the rich gas because gas is really important for making Mass Muta, but this feels kind of insane to me, I'm not gonna lie. Things are just like on hold position, making Zoun wonder what's happening here. Overshare also going for a scout here. I feel like Shin is playing really solidly once again, just like not really cutting any corners and making all the right moves here. It feels like Zoun has no idea that there's mutas on the map. So this is going to be really annoying to deal with for Zoun because he has no cannons in his middle line or anything like that. He has no phoenixes in production. So he has none of the things that he really needs to defend mutas. So this could go very badly for Zoun here. It's all going to depend on how quickly Zoun can react and how well positioned his stalkers are. Like if his stalkers start moving out across the map, this would be a very bad timing for it. Muta's looking to hit the 2nd base here. There is a cannon and battery, but it's a bit away from the middle line. That middle line is going to be under a lot of fire here. Stalkers are moving out in the middle of the map. That's going to put them so far away. He does recall immediately, which is really nice. And now these mutas can just go into the main base. Is there a cannon in the main? There is. So that's going to be quite helpful for Zoun. But he's still going to lose a couple workers no matter what. Down here, he does kill 2 mutas, but he loses 10 probes already. That's already a very painful loss. And look at behind this, like the macro behind this is just completely like out of control here for Shin. Like he's taken the rich gas, he's gone Hive, he's gone Lurker Den, he's getting a 2nd Evo, he's getting Hydras. Like these mutas are not here for massing up. They're just here to put some pressure on Zoun and buy himself time for the next stage of the army. Even going for some High Templar here is a bit of a crazy move. Maybe not the best move. But regardless, he's bought himself a lot of time here. And even makes a Phoenix here, which is not going to be helpful. Interestingly, we do see a very quick Mothership here for Zoun. So I think Mothership is just very powerful in general. So he's just trying to get it out as quickly as possible. But it is a bit unusual. And it feels like Zoun does not know about this base as well. So I feel like if Zoun knew about this base, he would at least try to pressure it, right? But instead, Shin is just getting away with so much gas from the rich gas. It's working out quite well for Shin in the end, this crazy base. Shin being active on the map, which is always what you like to see. This cannon is under a lot of pressure here, and yeah, Zoun will probably have to remake that. This is also a distraction for the front, where just a bunch of Hydras are just trying to attack this base. And we see the Lurkers now finally showing up. So these lurkers are going to be very annoying to deal with. Does Zoun actually have enough to deal with lurkers right now? It's going to be quite tough. Lurker range is not yet to be completed though, so that's a big deal for Zoun. But once that lurker range completes, this base is going to be in a lot of trouble. These Hydra jumping onto the army. Do we have a storm for those Hydras? We really need to see a storm. This High Templar does not have enough energy yet, so there's no storms on the Hydras. Finally a storm goes down, but it's a bit late. Lurker range has just completed. Now they are going to start targeting down the Nexus. Mothership is also here. Is there any detection for Shin here? Where? I don't know why Zoun didn't poke a bit quicker there, but he could have saved everything. We didn't have any detection on the side of Shin here. But in the end, Zoun gets a reasonable cleanup at least. And just rebuilds his base. So, I think overall Shin has done pretty well here. But he really needs to get some overseers for the next stage. And yeah, he's built 4 overseers. Zoun losing his 4th base was quite painful. But he is taking up into a very strong army. I would like to see Shin start adding on Corruptors at this point. Because he does have the gas count to do it, I think. And he already has +1 and +2 on the way. And yeah, we do see Corruptors coming online here for Shin. This is going to be really nice against those Tempests. Finds a Prism somehow. I have no idea how he found the Prism, but somehow this Prism got spotted at some point. I think maybe this base spotted it. Ling just waiting to counter if Zoun ever moves out. He did rebuild that cannon though, so that's nice. Even warps in some Zealots, so I feel like Zoun is... Well, I don't know why he warped in Zealots, to be honest. Maybe he just wanted to get some more supply out. And he wants to finally kill this base. So that makes sense why he warped the Zealots in. But Shin is not going to let this base die for free. He's always going to be on the map as soon as Zoun tries to do something about it. But these Zealots alone are enough. I think Shin can still be satisfied with the amount of gas he harvested there. Wouldn't mind see Shin just taking the safer rich gas. I don't know why he didn't do that in the first place, let's be honest. But I guess this is cooler. A lot of larva here, actually. Maybe worth using the larva there, I'm not sure. And we just see more Tempest here from Zoun. So this is Zoun trying to make a high quality army here. You don't really want to be warping in Zealots unless you have a reason to. And Zealots are just going to be used for counterattacks here. We actually see +3 air weapons already being researched for Shin, so going mutas early ended up changing like the amount of upgrades you can have for his Corruptors already. So this has all gone pretty according to plan for Shin, I feel like. Because he was pretty much playing for the late game to begin with, and he's gotten there. So this should be where Shin wants to be. But it is difficult to play a late game against a guy like Zoun, so I'm curious to see where Shin's confidence in his late game comes from. Because he's typically not known as a insane late game god like Cyril, you know? You can see these Tempests just wailing away at these units here. Nice Storm also lands on the Hydras. I mean, it seems like Shin is struggling to get a good fight going on here, but the Corruptors do finally show up. With these Corruptors, I do feel like Shin has a chance to break the army, but these Lurkers are kind of getting jumped on. Oh, those are some nasty Lurker shots on the High Templar. The High Templar all fall down, but still managed to land a pretty nice Storm. Does kill the Mothership, but does feel like Shin is out of, like, juice here. There's just too many Tempests, it feels like. Maybe he can try to go for the Tempest now, but Shin is very committed to this attack, it seems. He wants to jump onto these Tempests. Is he going to get away with it? Just like no more Archons left to cover for these Tempests. These Corruptors have +2, keep in mind. These +2 Corruptors are absolutely eating these Tempests alive. Lurkers are starting to jump forward, get into a nice position. Each and every single Tempest is trying to get taken out here. But it does seem like Zoun is going to save the final Tempest, but one Tempest is not quite enough. More Corruptors even showing up as a reinforcement here. These Corruptors should probably jump for that final Tempest, but these Lurkers getting cleaned up by 2 Immortals as well. So in the end, this is a pretty even trade. But what is up with Shin's worker count? It's only at 65. It feels like Shin has not droned up at all behind this. And, you know, I thought it was okay for Shin looking at the supply, but looking at his worker count, I'm not so sure. It does feel like Shin was kind of committed. Like, way more committed than I realized on that attack. Shin here is still not joining up, so I think he wants to go in for a second round of attack here. But if Zoun plays well, I feel like it shouldn't work, right? Even the mothership being rebuilt here is going to be an excellent defensive unit for Zoun. But nevertheless, Shin is going to go for a second attack. These corruptors actually trying to go for a Nexus snipe. But there's already stalkers waiting here. This plan gets nipped in the bud. Units here trying to attack at the same angle as before. But this mothership cloak is a real nuisance, and the time warp has not even been used yet. These corruptors do not get the base, they have to run away. And I just feel like this is getting worse and worse for Shin as time goes on. Does jump that one Tempest, that is nice, but how do you deal with his remaining Tempest and Immortals? I feel like there's not much left here for Shin to do here. He kind of needs more lurkers, I would say. This lurker count is just not quite high enough. Look how many Immortals there are behind this. Time Warp lands on a lot of these units as well. Corruptors finally showing up. They do get on top of the Tempest, but the lurkers are all now all dead, and that is gonna be the end of Shin's insane run. Shin did put himself in a pretty good spot in this game, but Zoun showing his defensive prowess here, and now it's just very difficult because you don't have the worker count here as Shin to make a second army really. He is starting to join up now, but it's quite a bit late. So yeah, this game, I mean, it should be over on paper, and especially because Zoun is not making like any mistakes here. He keeps on making Tempest, he keeps on making Immortals. These are like the strongest Protoss units in the game, so you can't really go wrong making these kinds of units. And we do see the upgrades continuing to come out here for Zoun, even getting the armor and +3 ship air weapons for Zoun here. So Zoun doing everything he needs to do here. And Shin, he's trying to get like one more maxed out army, but at some point Lurker Corruptor is just not your ideal Zerg army. Like Lurker Corruptor is closer to a mid-game army than it is a late-game army. In the late game, as a Zerg player, you usually want to have like Infestor Broodlord is a stronger composition, I would say. But there's no time to get into that, and Shin is just trying to remax on a suboptimal unit comp, and it's not gonna work out, I think. As long as Zoun micros well here with the Tempest. See Zoun even having the confidence to take that forward base that Shin took earlier. Zoun counterattack at the bottom right is also very annoying here. And it kind of hurts when you have to make Hydras this late into the game. Like Hydra, like not a great late game unit. Of course, he wants to get lurkers out, but it's still painful. And of course, building lings are also not a great late game unit. If you have to build a lot of them, you only want to build enough to like run by and stuff. Even shields coming down here for Protoss. 3 upgrades at a time. Meanwhile, we only see +1 melee for Shin. That kind of tells the tale of the story here. Even though the supplies are getting a bit close here, it does feel like there's no way Shin can ever break this army. He's gonna try though. I don't want to count out Shin here. He made some magic happen before. He just YOLO on top of the army here, but the Tempests are just completely going ham on this army. Storm is landing on absolutely everything. Corruptors are getting destroyed by Stalkers, Archons, Tempest, Mothership. Everything is here. Lings running into their death, and I think Shin has finally been defeated, guys. GG gets called. Although even though Shin lost that game, I think he played a pretty good game, and I mean he had an insane performance, so not much to complain about if you're a Shin fan. He definitely cooked today. I think he did his job as team captain, that's for sure. Now Rogue needs Zoun to win 4 more. Well, there's also Bunny. So Zoun and Bunny are the 2 remaining players for Team Rogue. And for Team Solar, there's still everybody remaining except for Shin. So it's going to be a tough battle to get out of. But certainly not impossible. I mean, Zoun is very good. I could see him beating a couple players before he goes out. I do feel like it's time to send out Hero or ByuN. Or even, honestly, like Hero, ByuN, or Cure, I feel like I'll have pretty good chances against Zoun. So that's kind of what I expect to see here. Like, honestly, I would just send out Hero, because Hero is also very good against Bunny. Well, I guess you could save Hero for Bunny. I think Hero's PvT right now seems pretty unstoppable. So maybe you just wait until Zoun gets taken out, and then you send out Hero for Bunny. So, yeah. So if Team Solar wins this set, which so far is looking fairly likely, like it's obviously not over yet, but it's looking very rough, then that means Team Solar wins the tournament. Because they won the first set as well, which was crazy. No one really expected Team Solar to win the first set here. Or sorry, not Team Solar, Team Shin. No one really expected Team Shin to win the first set, but they barely won in the ace match. And now they're completely destroying on the second set as well. And they haven't even used their ace player, which is Hero. So Team Solar is up 4-1 without using their ace player, which is pretty crazy. Just waiting for what's his name, Ryung, to host the next lobby. So just chilling until that happens. It's gonna be Zoun, of course, playing against whoever Team Shin decides to send out. Zoun is gonna keep playing till he loses, or if he never loses, then I guess he wins, which would be pretty crazy. And the map is gonna be Ruby Rock here, so gonna load up into Ruby Rock, and it's gonna be ByuN actually. So they decide to send out ByuN to counter Zoun. I don't think it's unreasonable, but I do honestly feel like Zoun has a pretty good record against ByuN. So I'm not sure if this is the correct choice or not. We're just gonna have to see. And we're loading up into Ruby Rock here. Now I do actually understand why they sent ByuN, because Ruby Rock is a very Terran favored map. So this is starting to make a bit more sense to me. In the top left, sending out 2 probes already. What the what? It is Zoun. And I have no idea what this even means. Like, what is Zoun even thinking here? And in the bottom right, it's for the rebellions, it's ByuN, but let's talk about these 2 probes here. I don't understand. Wait, actually no, I do understand. There's 1 for proxy, 1 for harassment. I played this exact build against Clem and won. Yo, Zoun is stealing my builds, man. I can't believe I didn't realize what this was because I played this exact same build. so nobody ever expects a proxy with an insta scout. And I did this build against Clem on Tourmaline, and I actually won that series. And Zoun is playing the exact same build I did. So I went proxy 2 gates, with a cyber at home, and I just aim moved him with like a bunch of stalkers, basically. Because no one expects it. Like, who would expect a proxy when you see an insta scout? So this is the idea. And Zoun has approved my idea, it seems, because he's doing it as well. It'd be quite something if this works. We do see ByuN here. This is already looking like pretty good for Zoun, in my opinion, because ByuN has not taken the second gas, so that means he's gonna take a quick expansion, which is what you like to see. But one problem here is that ByuN might go for a high ground CC, and yeah, I mean the high ground CC is usually pretty safe, so that could be an issue. And yeah, ByuN does play it safe with a high ground CC, so maybe, I don't know, maybe he's seen my game against Clem and he knows about this strategy. I'm not too sure. But I mean, even with a high ground CC, it's not going to be easy to defend. Like, the problem is, this build still hits like a truck. Like, you got 2 proxy gateways, you're going to have 2 stalkers after 2 zealots. And this reactor is going to be very vulnerable because it's in the wall. Like, on some maps, or like on some positions on maps, this reactor would not be in the wall. But if you're spawning on this side here, the reactor is forced to be in the wall, which is a very vulnerable spot for the Terran player. So 2 zealots are going to show up now, so ByuN knows what's up. He needs to start a bunker immediately. He does start the bunker, which is what he needs to do. This reactor is going to come onto a lot of fire here. 2 stalkers showing up here to add on some DPS to the reactor. He's going to try to kill the bunker SCV. Maybe he should target the reactor. I don't know. The reactor is falling. ByuN, you have to repair that. I would love to see Zoun just go for the reactor. Go for the reactor, man. Yes, he finally goes for it. And I mean, what can you do here as ByuN? The bunker is not up yet. This looks completely game over pretty much. The bunker needs to get finished if you want to have any chance. Oh, ByuN here, he's gonna get completely cooked by my own build. I love to see my own build just cooking here. And yeah, it's game over. Let's go. Zoun taking a page out of my book, actually. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna give him the thumbs up. And yeah, ByuN gets demolished in that game pretty much. So yeah, I mean, I didn't even realize how strong that build is. Like, I played that build first, I think. Well, like, I didn't play the build first, but I did it with like a insta scout first. But I didn't realize like it would even beat a high ground CC. Like, when I played against Clem with that build, he played low ground CC, so it was even worse for him. So in this case, ByuN had the better build, but it still got like absolutely destroyed. So it does feel like this build, yeah, you need to play like SCV Scout or 2 gas. If you're worried about this build, it seems. It does seem like Marine first does not hold. Actually, I think Reaper into 2 Marines might hold. Because in that, if you go Reaper into 2 Marines, you don't have a reactor at all. So that means there's no weakness in the wall. And that gives you time for the bunker. So I think Reaper might also hold the build. But it's not easy to say. And they decided to send out Gear. So another Terran trying to stop the Protoss. Maybe Zoun is actually going to make the comeback for the team. Also, I keep forgetting to set the scores. Like, I need to do that. So I'll do it this game. So, in the top left, playing for Team Liquid, it is Cure. And representing Team Rogue, they're really depending on this man to win everything. It's gonna be Zoun. So in case you missed it earlier, guys, Shin defeated Maru, Solar, Rogue, and Classic? It was Classic, right? So Shin absolutely destroyed everybody, giving them the 4 points lead. And Zoun has now taken out Shin and ByuN. So it looks like Team Rogue is starting to get back into the series. But it's still a very tough road to climb on. Because it's only Zoun and Bunny left that they can send out. Meanwhile, there's still Cure, obviously, and there's also Hero, as well as a few other players. So there's still a lot of very, very tough players remaining for Team Shin here. Cure here going for an EV block. EV block is a very, very solid opening actually for Terran, surprisingly. Because it kind of allows you to scout, basically you get to SAV scout your opponent and block them at the same time. So this prevents you from losing to proxies. So Cure is playing a pretty solid build here, I would say, and also messing up the Protoss's rhythm. So Zoun is going to have to just take the other base here, because killing the eBay would take too long. But this is considered like okay for the Protoss. Like, it's not a big problem to take the space, generally speaking. But it can be a bit annoying against like Hellions and stuff, of course. Which is why sometimes you'll see the Protoss play Stargate in these situations to get like Oracle or Phoenix to counter the Hellions. But it doesn't seem like Zoun wants to do that because Stargate is considered also to be a pretty weak choice in general in this matchup. So we actually have so we have Marine into Reactor into a Factory, so pretty normal opening. Of course, you can play this build. The weakness of this build is proxy, but you covered the weakness of this build by going EB block by scouting. So Cure playing a very solid opening here. Not gonna try to do like anything crazy with like double Hellion production and start trying to harass this open base, which is something we will see players do often, like Maru and stuff. But instead we're gonna see perhaps a Mind Drop, or we could even see the Nicarak build, which is where you go 3 Hellion Marine Drop, which could be pretty useful when played after an eBay block. But we're not gonna see that in this game. So what we're gonna see is just a Mind Drop. So very standard stuff coming out of Cure here. Hellion here just gonna scout for, you know, potential quick third base, or even get some probe damage here because these units might be out of position. But this seems like Zoun has a pretty nice positioning here. Or not. Hellion is gonna get into the main, probably won't get any probe kills, but will scout everything, so. This is actually quite a nice scout. So you know it's not Stargate, which allows you to send your Mind Drop across the map without any worry. And he also scouted that there's 3 gateways here in our robo. So this basically means that Zoun could be playing like Prism 3 gate blink, which means you need to have like 2 tanks. So Cure should be looking at this and build 2 tanks in response, or even 3. Now let's say you scouted only 2 gateways with the Hellion. You could consider like skipping tanks entirely because you don't have to worry about the blink pressure. So that's why that scout is really important. And we see Zoun actually take 4 gas here. So this is like pretty safe way to play. I think Zoun is not really trying to do insane like Prism blink pressure, but rather focusing on just back her up into Storm maybe. But you see some little harass coming from Cure, but this all gets dealt pretty nicely here. Actually, Cure lost the medevac. I missed that, so apologies. But Cure went in with a Mind Drop and lost 2 mines and a medevac in exchange for just a probe and a stalker, I think. Yep. I can do math. And Kier still needs to be worried about blink pressure, so we see him committing to the tanks. But this is actually just going to be a storm by Zoun. So this is actually a build that I played recently against Hero Marine. But that was when Hero Marine played 2 gas. I feel like this build makes more sense against 2 gas than against 1 gas. But I think the difference is not big, so it's still pretty reasonable to play Storm here. And yeah, I have to say I'm quite a fan of Zoun's position here. Like, his worker count is not as good as you might expect it to be, considering the early game, but it's all in exchange for this quick Storm. And Storm is just very powerful in general, so it's very much worth it, I think, for Zoun. And if Kier decides to go across the map at any point in the next 1 or 2 minutes, it could be very dangerous for him. So this is kind of the exchange you play with this build, is that you sacrifice your eco, but you don't have to like be concerned about dying, which is very nice. But Kier is playing very passively, which is something that he likes to do recently. He doesn't really like to go for those typical 2-base timing move outs because it can be risky against Storm or just like a bunch of charge lots. And so we see Kier here not even trying to move out. He's being very patient about it. And taking a relatively quick third behind it as well. But he is actually going to move out at this point. So this could get dicey for Kier if he overextends. We're going to have to see how this gets handled by Zoun. Because honestly, okay, this is a nice scan if he's got the High Templar, but he didn't scout the High Templar. But really quick reaction by Kier to just siege up immediately. It would have been a big mistake to not siege up immediately because these stormers would have landed everywhere. So now that Kier knows that it's Storm, he shouldn't be thinking about moving out too aggressively, I think. It would be very adventurous for him to continue pushing here, I think. And we see that Kier does look like he's... Well, actually, what he wants to do is he wants to cancel this 4th base that he knows is probably building at this point. But he can do so in a more passive angle, rather than going directly into the opponent's base. But this is still risky, I think, if Zoun knows this army is here. But Zoun doesn't know this army is here. So this is going to work out pretty well for Kier here. He's going to avoid the Storm, the High Templar, because the High Templar is super slow, right? Like, they're not in position right now. So that was a very nice move by Kier, but he still needs to find a way to get out. Getting out is always tricky as a Terran player when you have tanks. But I think Zoun is not even trying to really... Okay, he actually finds this Observer. So once you kill the Observer, you have more opportunities to perhaps find a way out of this situation. Because the Observer is just going to see like when the tank's on siege, and then you go. Kier is he's too scared to unsiege right now because he knows Zoun is, you know, waiting for the unsiege to pounce. But I think at this point he can get away perhaps. And yeah, he does a scan and then he sees that nothing is happening and he gets out. So I think this is Kier's experience showing here as a player. I think a lot of Terran players would make that mistake where they don't even scan and then they unsiege and then they get jumped on. But Kier plays it so that there's no risk at all, and only unsieges when he knows that the army does not look like he can get pounced on. So yeah, really well done by Kier. But Zoun, of course, not doing too poorly himself. He did take the other force behind this, and he's got double forge behind everything, and he's got a rover bay on the way as well. So Zoun is taking up all into the good stuff right now. We see Ghost coming on the production field for Kier, very vital against Storm, of course. And once you have Ghost, you can actually feel somewhat free to move out, but that was actually a very expensive loss for Kier, losing 2 or 3 Ghosts there. Actually, recall is because of single mine. Okay, this is very bad for Zoun, I feel like. He needs to keep that Prism alive as well. Loses a High Templar, but this, more importantly, gets him out of position. Gets a nice EMP, but there's so many High Templar here. I don't think Kier can make anything happen. For a moment, I did feel like Zoun was out of position, but he did have a lot of High Templars waiting, so... this was all very well done by Zoun in the end. Okay, this is kind of crazy. I think Zoun senses he has an opportunity here and decides to just risk it all for the biscuit. Gets on top of those tanks, kills them, but Zoun still has a long way to go before killing this army because Cure is just going to run backwards into the high ground. And it was a trade. It was a trade, and I feel like Cure, because he's so uncommitted to this push, like if you look at the production, he has 4 bases and +2 on the way. So I feel like Cure doesn't mind this at all. Like, he doesn't mind the fact that his attack didn't work. The attack was just there to pressure the Protoss, make it a bit scary for them. But it was not meant to like kill him. And I think Cure got what he wanted there, which was to pressure the Protoss and back row behind it. But he still needs to not die, of course. That's gonna be the scary part, is not dying while your supply is a bit weak. Because you have yet to come in here with all your investments. So he has a lot of investments right now into production and upgrades. So this would be like one moment where Zoun could maybe go for the kill timing. But it feels like kind of awkward for Zoun as well because his Colossus are not on the map. So by the time the Colossus are across the map, I feel like Cure will be pretty close to his power spike. So this all ends up lining up pretty well for Cure. But it's always tough to play Protoss in these situations because the Protoss economy is going to be very strong. You can see Zoun taking a lot of bases here. But I think Cure has done well enough to be in an even position here in this mid game, which is unusual actually. Usually we see Protoss have an advantage in the mid game. I think Cure has done a good job of erasing that advantage that Protoss tends to have in the mid game. And if Cure can get into that late game where he has multiple orbitals and liberators, he should be very favored. So this is all about surviving the next couple of minutes here for Cure. And I just don't really see how Zoun can actually kill Cure, given that Cure has already gone 2-2 and all these strong units like Vikings and Ghosts. So I think Zoun is going to have to win this game in the late game. And that's going to be a very scary task for Zoun. We have yet to see any Liberators from Cure yet though, so Zoun still has time before he has to deal with that. But I think Zoun is he's a very confident late game player, so maybe in the end Zoun will be fine here. Even playing a late game against Saren is fine for him. I see Dark Shrine on the way as well. Very useful in a late game situation. Nice EMP by Cure there. That was very quick. No storm can even land. This is looking to be a very good fight for Cure perhaps. The Viking count is not too great, but maybe it's just enough to make this fight work for him. The EMP barely misses. He needs to EMP those High Templar. Actually manages to snipe some of them. This is looking like a pretty scary fight. There's this High Templar from behind gonna land a pretty nice storm here. But actually, Cure just sits in it and he doesn't mind to fight. Colossus have all fallen down here for Zoun, but he does have a lot of Zealots reinforcing this army. It does seem like Cure is gonna get pushed back here. And we can see that that was a pretty positive trade for Cure. Not overwhelming, but it was a positive trade. So I don't think Cure minds this too much. Now he has time to replace his army with... I'm hoping he replaces his army with Liberators here, but he's not really quite getting into it. I think he still wants more Vikings for some reason. To me, I feel like Liberators here would be pretty important because there's so many gateway units. But Cure seems to want to remake the Vikings, so I do feel like this could be a mistake for Cure, but we'll have to see. Zoun, of course, taking every base on the map at the same time. This is not a committed all-in or anything of the sorts. Cloaked Ghost here can be kind of useful, but there's an Observer actually. And Zoun could try to target this weak 5th base right now. The Planetary is not yet done. And it feels like Cure's army is quite out of position here actually. He's going to try to repair this, but he's going to lose all of his workers. Cure trying to jump on his army. Nice zoning storm by Zoun is going to let his army escape here, I think. But I don't know, Zoun. This is a very scary fight to take without any Colossus, without any storms. Zoun's army here looks quite weak, but it's also very mobile, so it's going to somehow run away. I think, yeah, I think Zoun is going to be able to get out of here. But he's gonna lose his base. And he still has to deal with his army somehow eventually. Zealot's running into the third base. Cure very quick to react to that. Zoun trying to retake this base. He does have Colossus now, but what does the Viking count look like? There's a very healthy Viking count there. There are some High Templar here. He needs to EMP those. He does EMP the High Templar. Huge Zealot run by coming into the third base. Zoun has recognized that there is nothing to defend the third base right now. He's gonna try to hold the base. Oh, it's a nasty storm. It's a very nasty storm by by Zoun there. This Zealot run by is also huge. Nothing to defend it at the moment. Cure trying to make progress on this side, but that storm was so massive. It got so much damage on. He needs to kind of chill and just heal up his units for now. Zoun just gonna run away with these Zealots now that Cure has the army to deal with it. And it feels like Zoun has just outplayed Cure in these last minutes or two here. With just really great army movement and really nice storms. It feels like Cure really needs those Liberators if he wants to settle his army and start defending properly against these Zealot run-bys. His unit's still in the orange and yellow, by the way. There's like so many medevacs, but that storm did so much. There's a lot of Zealots right now, but the Zealots are not very high quality units. I would like to see these Zealots perhaps be used in a run-by once again, because in a main army fight, these Zealots will get absolutely shredded by Liberators and Ghosts. Zoun once again trying to take this rich gas, and the bottom left has been taken. Hopefully soon to be saturated. Zealot's getting caught here, kind of. Gonna kill like one Marauder, but that's so many Zealots going down just for a few units. Does not feel like a positive trade. And these Liberators have joined up as a fight as well. These Liberators are going to be absolutely massive here. Can Zoun really hold on against his Liberators? I don't think so. That's why he's going for a Zealot run by here. He's trying to make something happen across the map to defend at home, basically. But isn't really going to work here. These Liberators are so hard to push into. This High Templar does not have any energy, so it's more of a ruse than anything else. Somehow, Zealots just killed a Planetary. I don't know how that happened. I guess Cure did not repair his Planetary there. These Liberators need to hold the ramp. They're going to hold the ramp here. Zoun is forced to take the other approach to defend his bases. But these Zealots have not finished their day. They're going to continue fighting into the third base here. Zoun trying to defend one of these crucial mining bases here. Huge storm does land here, and these Stalkers are getting top. All those Vikings and Liberators, all of them are dead, but only one Colossus remains. Huge bank remaining for Zoun, though. He needs to warp in some Zealots if he wants to defeat this army. He's gonna move all of his probes away. I guess this base was forfeit in the end. These Zealots do get eventually cleaned up, but the eco damage has been very severe. 25 SCVs going down for a Cure. And he also lost his 5th base during that. And Zoun, he is retaking on the top right side. So it's not like Zoun's eco is all too bad here. It's just that his army is a little bit weak right now. I think Zoun just needs to somehow remax into a decent army and he should be fine. But as it stands, his army is pretty weak. So maybe Cure has a timing here where he can maybe kill Zoun. This base is in a lot of trouble right now. He's going to try to warp in some defensive Zealots, but we're going to need to see the entire army here. Storm is trying to catch Cure here. Can you really catch Cure? Oh, he's just going to go settle for a feedback. You can't really catch up. That was not good for Zoun in the end. This base is under a lot of trouble here. It's just going to have to go down. This top right base is also going to be in trouble in a moment. Zoun says, screw it. I need to base trade once more. I cannot defeat your army, so I'm going to defeat your eco instead. This base, of course, is going to go down in exchange. But Zoun is going to try to get a kill onto Cure's remaining eco buildings here. This Planetary in a lot of trouble here. Not even going to be repaired. So this base goes down immediately. Zoun retaking the left side at the same time. This is so clever by Zoun, giving up the right and just taking what Cure has. He's just going to continue expanding on the bottom left here. Cure just has to keep moving his army around, killing bases that just seem to infinitely spawn. Like there's bases just keep popping up over and over again. Cure going back down to the bottom side. He wants to punish these bases. There's 3 Disruptors here. You gotta be careful. This Prism does have 2 storms in it, but he doesn't know yet. Does he know about these storms? I don't think he does. These storms land onto all of the Bio forces. Those are some nasty storms, but he does eventually get away from there. This is a very close fight. Those Zealots are getting melted. Oh, he loses the Prism as well. That Prism had a High Templar in it, so that was a very big move. Disruptor gets sniped before he gets his shot off, and Cure takes a very big fight here. Zoun, who was looking pretty strong for a moment there, is suddenly in a lot of trouble. His supply is so unhealthy. Yes, he took the left side, but these bases are not saturated, not mining, not actually adding any value yet. Zoun, once again, he wants to somehow base trade, but his units are just getting, his army is just getting smaller and smaller. Cure has retaken this base as well. He's Okay, he's not retaking this base, I guess. He was scared that Zoun was base trading, but Zoun is not base trading here. Oh, those disruptor shots could be really nasty, but they're not quite good enough to take out the whole army, but that is a good trade for Zoun. This base is trying to come back up online again, but these disruptors cannot run away from Sim Bio. The units are just too quick. And is there any AoE remaining for Zoun here? He does have one disruptor. I mean, this one disruptor needs to kill like 50 supply worth of units if he wants to have a chance here. Look at the army supply. It's a 50 in the lead of Cure. These units are kind of dancing around. I think Zoun really wants to stay active because you can't let this army come into your base. Once it comes into your base, you can't fight it. And you just have to try to buy time with your superior eco, but it's questionable if Zoun even has a superior eco. And in the meantime, Cure has denied this base from mining this whole game. So like, Zoun's eco is actually worse than Cure's right now if we look at the numbers. So maybe it's Zoun who has to do something. Really whiffing against this DT here with EMPs, but he does kill it eventually. And Zoun, he's trying to take this base again, but it's going to be another like minute before that base is up and online. He's going to try to deny this base from mining, and I think he's going to get it. But, oh, nice micro by Zoun to get that 2 Liberators. But this Disruptor goes down without firing a single shot. That's quite brutal. These Stalkers are still in a lot of hot water, and Zoun says GG. And yeah, there's just no eco left for Zoun. This base was a fake base, basically. There was a Liberator and a Medevac there, denying it completely. And Cure somehow, someway, wins this game in the end. What a game, guys. So this means that there's only one player left remaining for Team Rogue. There's only Bunny left. And you might be thinking, Bunny, he's a good player, but he's, he's not going to be able to all kill, Hero, Cure, and everyone else. And you know what? I kind of agree, but let's not forget Bunny. With that one performance at Atlanta, he made the finals of DreamHack Atlanta. It was not that long ago. It was like a few years ago. But there was a time where Bunny was one of the best Terran players in the world. So this is his time to activate that mode again. If there's ever time to do it, it'll be now. But he needs to get through Cure. He needs to get through Hero. He needs to get through SOS. And he needs to get through Creator. If he wins all of those players, then Team Rogue still wins. But one loss here means death for Team Rogue. Right? Or is the series just over? Am I hyping up nothing here? Never mind, guys. I lied. I was hyping up absolutely nothing. Wait. Yeah, I was hyping up nothing. No, Bunny doesn't even get to play? I thought this was like a all-kill format. Wait, so you're saying Bunny doesn't even get a chance to clutch up for his team? Well, guys, I tried hyping it up, but the series is over. The tournament is over. Team Shin has done it. I thought it was going to be Bunny remaining, but Bunny is not going to be able to play because it was a best of 9. So this series is actually over. I was hyping up absolutely nothing. Well, my bad. But congrats to Team Shin. And everyone who was on Team Shin did a good job here. I think this was the unexpected result as well. I think most people favored Team Rogue because they had Maru, they had Classic, they had Solar. 3 very strong players. But Shin kind of just cooked everyone alive. So in the end, this tournament is over. Number 3 is over, and I just want to shout out the Patreon once more. Without the Patreon supporters, this event would not be possible. So thank you to everyone who is donating on the Patreon, and of course, if you want to see more GSL, please consider supporting GSL Patreon. And I think this just about does it. I just want to quickly announce once more that GSL Codes is confirmed for 2 seasons and potentially a 3rd season if the Patreon goal is met. So we have that to look forward to. And yeah, I mean, just thank you guys for watching. And yeah, see you guys for GSL CK number 4. I don't know when that's gonna be, and I don't know if I'm even gonna be casting it, but regardless of whether I'm casting it or not, I will definitely be watching and enjoying the games as usual. So thank you guys for tuning in. I'm gonna head out now, and yeah, just thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed GSL CK number 3, and just shout out to Soup again for hosting this event, and to all the players. Bye bye.